various and even competing viewpoints to the table so that a robust deliberation can occur and balanced outputs can be produced. Given the diverse membership of the committee, the chair and vice chair necessarily need to take an objective approach to facilitating the body. To this end, at the October 21st Transportation Commission meeting, Commissioner Shib Batra from King County was appointed to the exec committee, and the commission unanimously agreed to request the exec committee take action to designate Commissioner Jim Restucci from Yakima County as the chair of the exec committee and Commissioner Batra as the vice chair of the committee for the remainder of the work group's time through 2023. We greatly appreciate your consideration of this request. Thank you again for sharing your time, expertise, and perspective in helping the state of Washington shape the future of our transportation system. Sincerely, Jerry Litt, Chairman, Washington State Transportation Commission. So members, this comes to us as a suggested motion, I guess, or I would entertain a motion to accept the commission's recommendation. I'm more than happy to continue to serve as chair, and I know that my colleague Shib Batra is excited to serve as the vice chair.
So moved.
Second, that's Representative Kloba.
Okay. So it looked like Brian missed the lead. Brian, were you the one?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. So Brian moved and Representative Kloba seconded the motion. Is there any debate or discussion on this item? Hearing none, without objection, we'll go ahead and approve this item. So without objection, so ordered. Okay, moving on. Next item on the...
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chairman, welcome.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning, members of the AV Work Group Executive Committee. And again, Mr. Chairman, it's my pleasure to serve as Vice Chair. I will get on speed and be an active member of the group. And thank you all for putting your trust in me. And I'm excited about it.
Thank you, Shiv. We're excited to have you here. I'm looking forward to working with you. So, okay. The next item we have on the agenda is, and right on time, 10 best practices for state automated vehicle policy. And we have Mark Scribner, Senior Transportation Policy Analyst from Reason Foundation online.
Jim, I think before we went into that, I think we were going to do just a quick overview of the kind of the webinar operations.
Oh, thank you, Scott. Thank you for reminding me.
Catherine wants to do that.
By all means, will someone brief us on the webinar and Zoom meeting features? Thank you.
Yeah, I can do it real quick. I think we're pretty familiar, having done this a couple times. But just a reminder to executive committee members and presenters, you are all panelists. And so you'll have the ability to mute and unmute yourself. And Jack Lovell, I can send you a quick link as well, so you can jump into the panelist group so that you can also mute and unmute yourself throughout the meeting. You're encouraged to turn on your video, especially as we're doing discussion. And you can use the chat box as a panelist to communicate with each other, but we are asking for the audience will only be able to use the Q&A, so just know that piece. Let's go on to the next slide. Great. So the other attendees, you all will be muted with no video capabilities. As we just saw when we did roll call, you are able to raise your hand to request to be unmuted, but can also use the Q&A box to pose questions. So feel free to pose a question in the Q&A box as we're doing presentations, and we'll be sure to read those aloud after getting through the executive committee member questions. Great. And if you're a call-in participant, you can still access the Q&A box if you're viewing the presentation online. If you're only calling in, you can mute and unmute yourself as a panelist by pressing *6. And for those who are only calling in as an attendee, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. I think that covers it.
Thank you so much, Catherine.
Of course.
If there are questions or concerns or you have technical issues, please let our staff know. They're monitoring the Q&A box for questions, and we'll respond as quickly as possible. Okay, so now I think we can go ahead and move on to the 10 best practices for state automated vehicle policy. Mark, are you there?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Mark.
Yeah,
Welcome.
thank you for the invitation. Glad to be able to present this. And let me see if I can get my slides up real quick. And let's see.
Here we go.
You seeing the title slide?
We are, yes.
Great. Let me minimize this. Okay, well, thank you all members of the executive committee for allowing me to present on my recent policy paper. I'm Mark Scribner, Senior Transportation Policy Analyst at the Reason Foundation. Reason, if you're not familiar with us, we are a 42-year-old pro-market think tank based in Los Angeles, but with folks around the country. And one of our primary areas is transportation policy. Our founder and director of transportation policy, Bob Poole, pioneered, among other things, hot lanes and express toll lanes back in the 80s and early 90s. So we try to stay at the cutting edge and hope to see some of these things that we've been talking about, and I've been talking about automated vehicle policy for about the last 10 years, actually make it into reality. That's the hope. So today, and like I said, this is based on a recent report, a September report that I put out that's available on reason.org, but it's 10 best practices for state automated vehicle policy. And if I can, there we go. And it's basically broken down into 3 parts. I spend a lot of time discussing the definitions. What do I mean by automated vehicles and various levels of automation? Because even though we've made a lot of progress on standardization and honing these definitions, there's still a lot of confusion out there. So I'm going to quickly go through that. And then I'm going to give a brief overview of existing state automated vehicle policies, things we've collected in recent years as states have gotten active, in large part because the federal government hasn't been very active. States have really been the leaders on these issues. And then finally, I'll get to the recommendations, the actual 10 recommendations. So up on the screen, I've got a graphic from SAE International, and this is of their levels of driving automation in the standard J3016. And as you can see, they got levels 0 through 5, 0 through 2. That's generally what we're talking about when people say things like advanced driver assistance systems, driver assistive technologies. The driver's still in control, needs to be on task during operation. But the main focus of the rest of the paper is on levels 3 through 5. That's the automated driving systems. That's when you can start relieving the human being, human driver, from responsibilities. At the level 3, there's still a role for a driver. It's a driver fallback. If the automated driving system encounters a problem or fails, you need to have a driver there to be able to take control after a transition period. But once you reach levels 4 and 5, it falls back to a minimal risk condition. So think, it pulls out of a moving traffic lane onto the shoulder automatically without human intervention. But what we're talking about when we're seeing some of these prototypes on the road, companies testing across the country, across the world, really what we're looking at are these level 4 prototypes. And that's where you can do things such as automated taxi cabs, last mile delivery, fixed route transit, and long haul freight. And those are really the interesting things, really transformative things in terms of what it could do to safety, to mobility, to eventually to land use changes, urban growth patterns. It's those higher levels of automation. So I'll be, if you need to think of, imagine a vehicle while I'm talking, think of the Waymo taxi or something like that. That's really what I'm getting at when I get to these recommendations. So those tables are pretty small, but we've got two tables here. The first table is just sort of a categorization of existing enacted policies, legislation in the states by policy theme. So you can see that if you could read that small print, the most popular enacted legislation that we've seen to date has been on definitions, which is very important, and then commercial, and these are the categories of the NCSL bill tracking database. And commercial, that generally means truck platooning, and most of those are focused on lower levels of platooning, levels 1 and 2, where braking and the throttle are controlled, but the driver is still steering. But a lot of the definitions focus on these higher levels of automation. So we've seen, definitions, autonomous vehicle and things like that. And that's where states are getting that. But we also see testing and operation on public roads being popular themes of existing enacted legislation. So we can sort of see where, there's and at least the last few years, there was a lot of interest in this lower level platooning technology. So we saw a lot of state action there because the thinking is that this was right around the corner. But there seems to have been a shift towards these higher levels of automation that may be further down the road, so to speak, from where we are today in terms of actual deployments carrying people and property. The table to the right of that are some examples of what states have done. So, like I said, we've seen states do platooning, and really what the focus there has been exempting platooning vehicles from following too closely laws. But you've seen a pretty wide variation of activities up to California enacting legislation that would authorize San Francisco to collect a tax on future automated taxi operations. That's very forward thinking. But there's sort of a lot of variation here. This is a new area, so that's understandable. States are still figuring this out, as is everyone else. So we've seen a number of aspects being addressed. Although I would note, going back to that table on the left, that we haven't seen much action on things like cybersecurity of the vehicle, which has been raised repeatedly over the years, but that seems to be a tough issue and something that states have decided not to delve into yet. When it comes to regulation, there's also quite a bit of variation across the states. So even in states where they've enacted AV legislation, most don't impose the kind of complex regulatory regimes that California does. And California imposes some pretty detailed permitting and reporting regulations. And it's an interesting contrast with Florida, which, like California, began very early in passing bills. They passed several bills on automated vehicles. Florida relies, rather than a detailed regulatory scheme, they rely on an insurance requirement and basically hope that the developers are going to self-regulate So that's an interesting contrast in the approaches, and both of those states were among the first early movers. They've taken very different approaches. We're still in a relatively early stage on all this. I'd say very early, since we don't really have, outside of Arizona, real human deployments of this technology. But we've ended up with a situation where California may still be the top state for AV developer headquarters. A lot of companies there in Silicon Valley. But the advanced testing and operations, or at least some of it, has shifted to states with lower regulatory burdens. So you've seen a lot of interest in Arizona in recent years, and moving across the Sun Belt, which has, by and large, similar regulatory approaches like Arizona does. Executive orders have also been popular, including in Washington State. And most of these do things pretty, it's about setting up working groups such as this, organizing agencies, the various agencies that have an interest in these vehicles and the policies that surround them. But there have been a couple of exceptions, and I'll get into this later, in more detail, where states may have gone beyond simple government organizational matters that are typical with governors' executive order powers and into binding private parties. But we've seen a number of states have chosen to at least begin their policymaking process with executive orders. So those have proven to be early on important tools in setting up policy frameworks. Now to the recommendations. Going back, the reason I spent about a third of the report on definitions is that we still are running into problems with contradictory definitions or definitions that do not adhere to best engineering practices. And for better or for worse, SA International's recommended practice J3016, that was the chart that I had earlier on, has become the dominant consensus standard for defining levels of driving automation. There are efforts to create more kind of consumer-friendly definitions, language that an auto dealer could use with a potential customer, things like that, to better communicate to the public. But this engineering standard, J3016, has become the dominant engineering standard, as well as the dominant standard for use in public policy. Recommendation one is that if a state does pursue AV policy, it should adopt J3016 rather than creating their own government unique definitions. Number two, recognize the legality of automated vehicles. This can be pretty basic. For instance, Florida's early legislation simply included a provision that said that the state, quote, finds that the state does not prohibit or specifically regulate the testing or operation of autonomous technology in motor vehicles on public roads. And that, at least until states started passing AV bills, that was virtually true everywhere. I think the notable exception was New York State, which has had a kind of unique provision of its motor vehicle law that said that while in operation, a driver needed to have one hand or prosthetic device on the wheel at all times. But otherwise, automated driving, there was nothing inherently unlawful about bringing that technology to public roads. It was now when you start talking about changing vehicle designs, yes, that gets into certain issues, certain operations, platooning being the one that I mentioned, and that got a lot of attention in the states. Another, but the technology in and of itself was perfectly legal in the states. So this wouldn't, a state declaring that this is legal, kind of redundantly, doesn't really do anything to answer the long-term AV policy questions that we're all interested in, but it would send a signal to developers that the state is thinking about this, and that it's open for business. That we would welcome you to safely operate your prototypes on the roads. Number 3, respect competencies at various levels of government. The feds, states, and locals all have specific areas of expertise in the broader landscape of motor vehicle regulation. The federal government focuses on the safety and performance requirements that are administered by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration if you're a trucker or bus driver, as well as funding and coordinating road infrastructure investments through programs administered by the Federal Highway Administration. State authorities have a lot of expertise in actually constructing and managing that infrastructure that the feds partially fund, as well as driver licensing, vehicle registration, traffic operations, insurance, and liability determination. And then the municipal and county authorities, there's some overlapping expertise with the state authorities in constructing and managing the infrastructure, and traffic management and enforcement. And my point here is that I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel on who does what. These agencies at various levels of government are generally very good at what they do. And we've, in recent years, especially in Congress at the federal level, there's been concern about a patchwork of 50 different performance requirements if the feds don't act. And I think another issue is that it's unrealistic to expect states, state DMV, a state DOT, to essentially create a mini NHTSA with that kind of technical expertise and have it go well. So, my recommendation here is for everyone to sort of focus on what they do best. Recommendation 4, audit motor vehicle codes for existing barriers. And the list I have here is by no means exhaustive, but it's going through state motor vehicle codes. And if you look in the paper, I've got citations to each of these in various state codes. But there are all sorts of requirements, often redundant with existing federal requirements in state motor vehicle codes that could prove to be a burden to deploying automated vehicles, particularly those with novel vehicle designs. If you have a low-speed shuttle like for delivering parcels like Neuro has, you probably don't need safety belts since people won't be in that vehicle. You don't need steering mechanisms. You potentially don't need windshields and windshield wipers if no one needs to look out the front because no one will be riding in it. And my recommendation here is that do the audit. Some states have done this. Other states are doing it. The federal government has done this with its federal motor vehicle safety standards, and there's work ongoing there. But once these conflicts are identified, lawmakers and regulators can resolve them either by explicitly exempting them from those provisions, or the more challenging task is rewriting these sections of the code in a manner that would allow these kind of automated vehicle operations. And that longer term, that's probably what we'd see more. Short term, we'd see more exemptions just for expediency's sake. Recommendation 5, distinguish between vehicle types. So those low speed, low mass, geographically restricted passenger shuttles or the Neuro last mile delivery vehicles that are equipped with automated driving systems shouldn't necessarily be held to the same standards as a ADS equipped highway vehicle. The federal government for decades in many states has made distinctions between low-speed vehicles and high-speed or highway vehicles, and Neuro in its petition for exemption to NHTSA, it used FMV, Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standard number 500, which is the low-speed vehicle standard, in part to make its case for an exemption. So I think recognizing that not all of these the use cases are going to involve large, heavy highway vehicles is very important going forward, because we might be able to get some of these things deployed sooner on places like college and corporate campuses, retirement communities that are these low-speed kind of shuttle vehicles, if we are not treating them the same way that we treat highway vehicles. So recognize that there should be some flexibility there. Recommendation number 6, remain neutral on future business models. The example I have here is the Uniform Law Commission recently published its Uniform Automated Operation of Vehicles Act, and they were kind of getting at what if we had an automated ride-hailing service, like a self-driving Uber kind of situation. And I think the intent was very good, and a lot of this is very solid. But the way that it was written, it appeared to have unintentionally restricted its definition of automated driving provider to developers of the technology. And a problem when I saw this come out, a problem I saw is that, you know, the most experienced vehicle fleet managers of these light duty vehicles are rental car companies. And in fact, these rental car companies have expressed interests of potentially in the future operating, managing fleets of these of self-driving cars. But they don't have experience and they don't appear to have any interest in actually developing the automated vehicle technologies, the automated driving systems. So I think we've got to be careful whenever there's legislation, sort of presuming that it must be a manufacturer or developer or software developer or whatever. I think we got to be very careful, because there are segments of the marketplace that I think could perform very well potentially that would be unduly excluded. Interestingly, Washington State is the only state that's actually seen this introduced, not enacted, but it's something we'll be watching closely as time progresses and as more states take a look at this Uniform Act. Recommendation number 7: avoid questionable legal frameworks. And I sort of hinted earlier at the what I view as a misuse of executive order powers to bind private parties. It appears that Arizona may have done that. It's a little murky there, but Ohio definitely appears to have done that in a sort of a registration scheme that was created under executive order. Another example comes in the form of a guidance document. Pennsylvania Department of Transportation issued supposedly non-binding guidance that imposed a number of detailed requirements on firms that wish to test their technology in the state. And at the time, there were some folks who I know and who work on this were kind of hailing this as a so-called win for, or a win for so-called soft law. And my response to that was that rather than bypass the hard law, the laws and regulations, it appears that this claimed soft law approach could merely impose those same hard law conditions without the requisite procedural protections and accountability that comes from conventional legislation and regulation. I also know that these approaches are going to increase litigation risk for states. We haven't seen that litigation yet, but it may have already deterred some developer interests in certain places. That's possible, but going forward, you know, there's going to be a temptation in some places to get creative with lawmaking and regulating, and I would urge caution against those kinds of activities. Stick to traditional legislation and regulation if you actually feel that you need to bind the public. Recommendation number 8: focus on infrastructure state of good repair. Going back to the 1990s, there was a lot of interest in smart highways. And that was revived in recent years with connected vehicle technology. And the first thing I've noted is that automated vehicles are not connected vehicles. These are two different things. You can have cooperative automated vehicles, the type of platooning operations, things like that, where you have overlap, but an automated driving system is not the same thing as the type of connected vehicle technology that's been tested and deployed in some places in recent years. So we've seen some limited investments already in connected vehicle technology and in roadside units, things of that nature. The problem is that connected vehicle technology is in the middle of a major disruption. There's been this battle going on between which protocol to use, the dedicated short-range communications, which is kind of the old school, or the new cellular vehicle to everything communications, which has gained a lot of popularity in recent years. Both of those intend to use the same 75 megahertz of radio spectrum, and the FCC is about to vote to reduce that available spectrum band, or that spectrum band, by 45 megahertz down to 30, and eventually phase out DSRC entirely. Now, a number of state DOTs and local DOTs have purchased DSRC equipment that, if this FCC order goes through next week, will soon be obsolete. So there's a lot of uncertainty in connected vehicle technology, but at the same time, these automated driving system sensors perform best on well-maintained modern roadways, making sure the lane markings are bright and the vehicles can see them. Really important in the testing and in the deployment of ADS-equipped vehicles. So rather than placing bets on smart roads and other connected vehicle technology that's really in flux right now, I think state policymakers should fulfill their traditional duties by focusing on state of good repair of their existing road infrastructure. I think they'll get a lot more bang for their buck taking this more cautious approach. Recommendation number 9, designate a lead automated vehicle policy office. A number of states have already done this, many through executive order. Pretty simple thing. It's just to create an office that serves as a clearinghouse where the agencies, the DOT, DMV, potentially, Public Utilities Commission, Highway Patrol can all come together and work through some of these issues. And there's going to be a lot to work through. So having a kind of a central clearinghouse office that could exist within the governor's office, the DOT or DMV somewhere, I think could be really, really helpful. And from what I've heard from states that have done this, it has been very helpful in making sure everyone's on the same page. And just to emphasize, this would be an appropriate use of a governor's executive order powers, and several states have done that. And finally, my last recommendation is, maybe the least satisfying recommendation, but it's prepare for an extended period of uncertainty. For automated vehicle policymaking today, less can be more. State policymakers should focus on discrete known problems and avoid codifying their predictions about the direction of these technologies or possible use cases. These technologies remain highly proprietary. There's a lot of secrecy surrounding their development and testing. So it may be difficult over the next several years to determine how quickly testing and deployment milestones will be met to enable the kind of widespread deployment of automated vehicles that would allow for some of these transformative societal benefits that we've heard about. I think state policymakers should adopt a general principle for crafting automated vehicle policies in a manner that respects this uncertainty and allows for flexibility to adapt when new information does become available. My sort of parting word of caution is that locking in hard rules that may seem sensible today may prove unwise in the very near future. So that concludes my presentation. I welcome any questions. My email's right there if you'd rather take that offline. And thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mark. Are there any questions or comments for Mark? If you have questions and you're an exec committee member, you are free to speak. Just need to, if you can, turn on your camera and unmute yourself. Do we have any questions for Mark?
Hey, Mark, this is Yin Hai. I do have a question. Thanks a lot for your presentation. It's very interesting. I'm kind of interested in the item you mentioned about FCC is going to vote, and there's a possibility that DSRC is not going to be continuously used. So that's a very important thing because a lot of agencies has already installed DSRC equipment in their pilot connected vehicle projects. So I wonder what happens if it turns out to be DSRC is no longer as a communication channel in connected vehicles.
Yeah, that's a really good question. And the vote is currently scheduled for next Wednesday, the 18th. And what the draft order said is that the FCC would reallocate that the 5.9 gigahertz band, that 75 megahertz. 45 of the megahertz would be the lower part of the band would go to Wi-Fi. The upper 30 would be kept for C-V2X. Now, what they, in terms of the timeline, what they're proposing, after a year of the order taking effect, ITS devices would have to exit. The ITS users would have to exit the lower 45 megahertz. That would then become Uni 4 for Wi-Fi devices. Then they don't spell out what would happen to DSRC. Now, ITS would continue to operate in that upper 30 megahertz, but they don't say, and they're taking comments on this. So I encourage anyone who's interested in this to watch the vote next week and then submit comments to the FCC on what they should do in terms of this transition, because you're absolutely right. This is a big change, and there's the ITS community is still opposing this. They're trying to rally folks in Congress to oppose this, but right now it seems pretty likely that the FCC is going to reallocate it in this manner, and it doesn't look good. It looks like DSRC may eventually be, within the next couple of years, not be allowed to operate in that band.
Yeah, I think that's going to have a huge impact to the industry. So if you have further information, please share maybe the URL at the chat box. So we'll be very happy to follow up and see exactly what's going on.
Yeah, if you go to the FCC, if you go to their website, they've got a calendar. Look for November 18th is the meeting, and they have the meeting materials there. I don't have my browser up, but yeah. But next week is a big day on Wednesday.
Thanks a lot, Mark.
Thank you, Dr. Wang. Other questions or comments from exec committee members? Looks like you're getting off.
Hi, Mark.
Oh, yes, Laura.
Oh, sorry. It took me a moment to get off mute, but I was curious with one of the last points you made around uncertainty, just considering that high degree of uncertainty, the need for flexibility, but also kind of a spotty history in the past of how we've kind of rolled out new technology or transportation and the impacts it's had on communities. How do we also make sure, like, what are your recommendations, I guess, around really considering equity in the frame of that uncertainty?
Sure. And I think that, the equity considerations, whether you're talking about the disproportionate safety impacts that we've seen, and a lot of that, I mean, some of that has to do with the actual vehicle technology. A lot of that has to do with how, where the infrastructure is built and where home and firm location choice and things like that. And then you've got economic disparities on when it comes to job access. And I think that the technology, I think that no one is going to put an ADS out in the wild unless it's safer than a conventional vehicle. And what is so I'm not too worried about safety getting worse, but it's certainly something to be, this is, the top concern among developers is developing a safer system. Now developing the technical standards and standardized test procedures to actually ensure that these technologies are safer, those are still under development too. So it's an important thing to keep an eye on. We haven't seen those kinds of deployments that would concern me happen yet. And then on the economic disparities, I think there's a potential interesting thing that could happen with these vehicles like when you look at mass transit, you're looking at 75 to 80% of the operating budget is labor. So if you could potentially reduce labor costs substantially, you're talking about much more extensive and robust systems that could serve lower income populations better. And one thing, if you look at the differences in the number of jobs accessible within a period of time between automobiles and transit, in every metro in the country, it's greatly exceeded by automobiles. So potentially bringing affordable taxi-style door-to-door service to traditionally underserved populations could be a very big economic boon, by providing those folks with greater job accessibility. But we don't know. There's a lot, so you're absolutely right. These are really important things to watch, but we're at a pretty early stage that it's hard to say where things are going. But the signs all seem to be pointing in the right direction on what this could do to improve quality of life for folks.
Thank you so much, Mark. We have run out of time for questions, but if you have additional questions for Mark, please either put them in the Q&A and our staff will make sure that we get them to Mark so he can answer them. Or you can also email us if you need to. So thank you again, Mark. We appreciate your comments and your presentation today.
Right. Thank you so much.
Okay, moving on to the AAMVA updated guidance on safe testing of AVs. We have Brian Ursino, Director of Law Enforcement at AAMVA, and Bernard Soriano, Deputy Director, California Department of Motor Vehicles and Chair of the AAMVA Autonomous Vehicle Subcommittee. Gentlemen, are you there?
I'm here, Jim. Can you hear me?
Yes, can, and we can see you great. Thanks, Brian.
Super.
I'm here too. I'm having issues with my camera, so unfortunately won't be able to have my picture up there.
Okay.
That's a loss for all of us, Bernard. Sorry, we can't see you. Jim, thank you very much for having us. Do you have my slides, or do you want me to put them up and share my screen?
I'm not sure. Staff, do we have his slides?
Brian, if you could put them up, I think that would be best.
Okay, I'm going to try sharing my screen now. Let's see how that goes. Is that working?
Yes, sir. We can see you.
Super. I can get it in presentation mode. Just bear with me 1 second here.
No worries.
Okay, are you seeing it in presentation mode?
Yes, we're seeing, we see both slides, the next slide and the previous slide.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to change that, but I'm not going to waste time doing that. So I'm just going to dive right in. So again, Jim, thank you for having us. I'm Brian Ursino. Many of you on the phone call know me. Prior to becoming Director of Law Enforcement for AMVA, I served 30 years with the Washington State Patrol and retired as Assistant Chief. Anyone not familiar with AMVA, the American Association of Motor Vehicle Administrators, we are the association that represents the administrators from all of the motor vehicle administrations in the United States and Canada, as well as the state police and highway patrol agencies in North America. So in this case, the Washington Department of Licensing and the Washington State Patrol are both AMVA members. Kathy Curtis, who formerly was the director of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles in the state of Maine, is now the director of vehicle programs with AMVA, was unable to join us. We're very fortunate to get Dr. Bernard Soriano, who many of you already know, Deputy Director of the DMV in California, and who also chairs the AMVA Autonomous Vehicle Subcommittee. I'm going to turn it over to Bernard now. Bernard, you can just tell me as you want me to advance the slides, and then I'll be taking this over later in the presentation. So Bernard?
Okay, great. Thank you, Brian. So I assume all of you can hear me. So wanted to just give a background of the committee, the subcommittee itself, and then talk about the work product that we just revised. So the subcommittee was first established, as you can see, in 2014, and it's got members that represent 20 U.S. states and Canadian jurisdictions. There are 2 Canadian jurisdictions, so 18 U.S. states are on the subcommittee. And the members all have expertise in one of 3 different areas relative to administering vehicles and drivers. Basically, background in vehicle programs or driver programs, expertise in law enforcement, such as Brian, and also expertise in the legal and policy area. In addition to the representatives from the states and the jurisdictions, we also have representatives from NHTSA and FMCSA that attend our meetings and are able to provide input on the areas that they represent. And then the group itself, we meet constantly with various members of industry, such as Waymo, Zoox, or Aurora. So we've met with and continue to meet with OEMs as well as tier 1 suppliers and other companies that are in this space. So back in 2018, we published our very first set of guidelines that states and jurisdictions can use to, as they decide to administer autonomous vehicles. And this guideline, this document, is purely voluntary. It's one that AMVA had produced, and really, next slide, Brian, really needed to ensure that we balance the philosophies regarding regulating, the different philosophies in different jurisdictions. You know, some jurisdictions are more regulation heavy, others are not. And so we really needed to thread the needle and provide something that jurisdictions could use that would be beneficial for them as they administer automated vehicles. So the basic purpose was is develop a set of guidelines that really address safety and really address the need that meet the framework that should be in place to ensure that the motoring public is safe. Next slide. So we published that 2 years ago, and this year we updated the document because of how technology has changed and how technology has advanced in just those 2 years. When we initially published the document, was very much from the lens of companies coming out with a technology that really had a need to test the technology on public roadways. Since then, the technology's advanced to the point where it's not just testing the technology, but also looking at the different business opportunities that the technology would be able to provide. And so for today, what we wanted to do was give you a preview of, or a view into what is in the actual document. And next slide. So initially, or globally, I should say, we changed some terms. We used the term highly automated vehicles and replaced it with ADS-equipped vehicles, because as we've seen, the technology itself is a combination of features that can either assist the driver or actually perform the driving tasks. And so we wanted our document to reflect the differences and really recognize that there are some stages to how the technology will potentially roll out, and jurisdictions need to be adequately prepared for that. In addition, we have included some additional information related to advanced driver assisted systems, or ADAS systems. And these would be systems that would assist the driver, but not necessarily take over the entire driving task. It may do some of it, but from the standpoint of a driver still needs to be engaged. Next slide. So our updated document has 8 chapters, and I'll speak to chapters up to chapter 5, and then Brian will speak to the law enforcement area. But basically, we've got administrative considerations, vehicle considerations, and then driver licensing considerations. All of those are items that states and state agencies need to be, or should be, concerned about should they decide to administer automated vehicles. Next slide. So administrative considerations. So this chapter, it addresses the overall administration of testing and deployment of ADS-equipped vehicles, and as well as vehicles with ADAS. There's 11 recommendations and 2 subsections. 9 of the recommendations are directed to jurisdictions for implementation, and 2 are directed to manufacturers of the technology. We call them manufacturers or other entities, MOEs. There's the first section, section 3.1. It explains that to successfully address the safe integration of ADS-equipped vehicles within the transportation system, there needs to be a collaborative approach that should be taken amongst jurisdictions and stakeholders, so there's an understanding that's gained of what the emerging technologies are, as well as the impact to the roadway safety, as well as the jurisdictional programs and infrastructure. Section 3.2, that's new. And it introduces the reader to advanced driver assistance systems. As I mentioned, these are designed to help drivers with certain driving tasks, such as staying in the lane or parking, avoiding crashes, maintaining a headway, things of that nature. And they're generally designed to improve safety and reduce the workload on the driver. So that, in essence, are the changes. So minor changes, if you will, with regard to Chapter 3. Next slide. Chapter 4 is where we get into more substantive changes, and Chapter 4 is dedicated just on the vehicle side. Chapter 5 is dedicated on the driver side. So with regard to the vehicle, We talk about, topics such as permitting companies to test on the public roadways, registering the vehicles, titling the vehicles, inspecting the vehicles, and potentially establishing safety standards for testing and deployment. So Section 4.1, that provides a recommended framework to achieve this consistency amongst jurisdictions that opt to require a permit. So we're not recommending that everybody does this, but should you do this, if a permit structure is in place, this is what you should consider. And it should include passenger vehicles, low-speed shuttles, fleet-owned vehicles, as well as commercial vehicles. So the elements that comprise this framework reflect the need for jurisdictions to ensure safety is of foremost concern. We're recommending that jurisdictions consider to impose penalties if a testing entity continues to operate or test either without a permit or in violation of the rules that are put in place to receive the permit. We updated Section 4.3 with some minor updates. We recommend that when manufacturers issue what's called the MCO, or Manufacturer Certificate of Origin, they add a new field on an indicator that'll indicate to administrators that the vehicle is an ADS equipped vehicle. And then sections 4.4 and 4.5, we updated some administrative items for registering and titling the vehicles. Next slide. We didn't have any significant changes to 4.6, but 4.7, we updated that section as it addresses financial responsibility or the insurance requirements for the for manufacturers. We recommend that motor vehicle regulators monitor the legal trends to ensure that the insurance limits stay relevant and appropriate. As the technology develops, the standard for insurance may change, and regulators need to be agile enough to incorporate those items. And then 4.9 has only been updated to include the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards, or the equivalent Canadian Motor Vehicle Safety Standards. And 4.10 is a new section. This is a section that speaks to consideration of how ADS technology fits into a safety inspection program if a state has one. I believe approximately 16 states have a safety inspection program, and for those that do, this section speaks to updating those inspection programs to account for ADS systems. Next slide. So that is the vehicle section. On the driver side, we updated a number of different sections. The new one is section 5.3. It's anticipated that drivers may completely control the vehicle from a remote location using a virtual driver seat. In other words, operating the vehicle from an area, or operating the vehicle remotely, like a drone. So the person may or may not be seated in the vehicle, and it may not be using autonomous or automated technologies, but just technologies that can project what is around the vehicle, so the driver, using air quotes, can take appropriate action. That driver may be in a company office or maybe at home, but we recognize that this is an emerging technology that is being used in companion with automated technologies. And so we wanted to recognize it and point out some of the different concerns that states should have with this. For example, that remote driver can initially be in an office, say in Washington State, operating a vehicle in Washington State. And then maybe the next step is that person be operating a vehicle in Seattle, but be physically be present in California. And so questions about the technology naturally arise. Latency, how reliable is the connection between where the person is sitting and the where the vehicle is that's being operated, and then what laws take precedence over the driver because the driver physically is in another jurisdiction. And then the natural progression from that would be a driver being situated outside of the United States. Consider a call center that's made up of, quote, drivers that are operating vehicles elsewhere in the world. And so it gets complex very quickly. And so we speak to that in 5.3, and it's an emerging technology, but one that is quickly becoming incorporated with the automated technology, because companies are foreseeing utilizing remote drivers as a backup to the technology should the technology either fail or require some sort of human intervention. So something that is quickly emerging. Next slide. And then the other two areas that we updated are on training motor vehicle agencies and their staffs on the vehicle technologies, and then also on recognizing the need to really incorporate commercial driver licensing into the conversation. Here we've seen that many of the technological advances are being geared towards the commercial realm, either fleet operations or delivery operations or first and last mile type of operations. And so there needs to be consideration for how that will be impacting the commercial drivers. So that in a nutshell, I know I went fairly quickly, in a nutshell is what was changed in our initial document from chapter 3, 4, and 5. And I'll turn it over to Brian, who'll talk about the changes that were made in the law enforcement section.
Thank you, Bernard. Appreciate that. So yeah, I'm taking over with chapter 6, the law enforcement considerations. I first want to mention that our autonomous vehicle subcommittee had a law enforcement subgroup made up of subject matter experts and law enforcement professionals from throughout the United States. So there was a lot of, I had a lot of assistance writing this chapter. I am going to focus on a couple of the new areas. 6.4, in 6.4, we address distracted driving. Now, of course, if it's a level of 4 or 5 vehicle, distracted driving becomes a non-issue. But where distracted driving is clearly a clear and present danger, primarily are level 3 vehicles, where you can set the vehicle on autopilot or whatever that manufacturer calls their system, but the driver needs to stay cognitively engaged, and oftentimes they're not. And we are seeing crashes occur around the country because of distracted driving, because people become too reliant on the level 3 technology. So we do talk about that in 6.4. 6.6 is a brand new section, and I'm going to go to the next slide because I want to highlight the difference between 6.6 talks about law enforcement interaction plans, but 6.7 talks about law enforcement protocols. And these are terms that are used interchangeably, sometimes not appropriately. People confuse what the two mean. 6.6 talks about a law enforcement interaction plan, which is a plan that is developed, written, and published by a manufacturer. For example, Waymo would write a law enforcement interaction plan that provides information to law enforcement on how to interact with the vehicle that is being tested or operated on public roads in their jurisdiction, and what happens if a law enforcement interaction with that vehicle needs to occur, either proactively or as a result of an incident, whether it's a crash or some other crime in progress that involves that vehicle. So that is a law enforcement interaction plan, and those again are developed by the manufacturer, but for law enforcement. A law enforcement protocol, conversely, is a document that's written by law enforcement for law enforcement. So the best example, real life example I can give of a law enforcement protocol, Arizona was the first state, to my knowledge, that actually drafted and published one. So in Arizona, the Arizona Department of Public Safety, which also houses the Arizona Highway Patrol, they wrote a general guidance document, a policy document for all of law enforcement within the state of Arizona. And then they distributed it through their Chiefs and Sheriffs Association. So every local law enforcement agency within the state of Arizona has some overarching guidance, protocols, and policies that educates their officers on how to interact with these vehicles when they interact them. So those were really the two areas I wanted to highlight because they are brand new to our updated document. And you've seen on the screen all the other subsections that are addressed in the law enforcement chapter. I am going to move on to Chapter 7, which is a new chapter that includes 41 recommendations in 5 different subsections. Of highest note, I'm going to single out 7.1 and 7.2. Cybersecurity, as was mentioned by the previous presenter, not a whole lot has been written on cybersecurity. We do address it in our document, but one of the key things is that we list some of the foremost existing resource documents that have been published by the FBI and some other agencies and organizations that are taking a real interest in cybersecurity for this type of technology. So not only do we address it at a very high level, but we include some of the best resource document references that we have found on the topic of cybersecurity. And of course, data collection is very important. What data is collected, how is it collected, who should have access to it, how should that access happen, whether it be by court order or not. Of course, law enforcement's got a keen interest in collecting some vehicle data post-crash, especially if there's a fatality or multiple fatalities involved. Subsequent to some kind of criminal event, we may want to have access to the data, and this kind of gives some overarching guidance or some recommendations on the type of data that should be available and how law enforcement should be able to get access to that data. We also address low-speed automated shuttles, connected vehicles, and platooning in Chapter 7. Next steps for our subcommittee. Of course, eventually we will begin working on version or edition 3 of our document. But what we're doing right now is we're actually working on a couple of different white papers that will serve adjunct to or addenda to our current document. One is on automated delivery vehicles. You can see a graphic of what a couple of those look like on the screen. But in some cases, there are a lot of companies that are beginning to deploy, test, and deploy this technology. In some cases, they operate on publicly maintained roadways, but in some cases, they're operating on sidewalks and areas where they have to interact with pedestrians and other conveyances that typically use sidewalks. So we have a white paper being developed to give the jurisdiction some guidance on what to expect and how to address these automated delivery vehicles. We expect to have this published within the next several months. The second white paper in our current document, you probably recall, we did have a subsection within the law enforcement chapter on distracted driving, but we needed to do a much deeper dive into that topic, and we didn't have time to do as much writing on that as we wanted to before we had to publish edition 2. So we are writing a white paper on the ADAS implications on distracted driving laws. And as a matter of fact, we're going to include some model legislation that we're going to recommend states take a look at that strengthens current distracted driving laws with ADAS technology in mind. You know, most every state now has a distracted driving law of some kind, whether it's a no texting law, or in Washington case, Washington actually has some of the strongest distracted driving no hands technology laws in place. But our white paper is going to include some model legislation that we encourage states, even Washington that already has a strong law, to take a look at and see other areas where the law can be strengthened or improved. So this paper, the distracted driving law white paper, is a little bit ahead of the automated driver vehicle white paper. And we anticipate publishing it very early in 2021, probably January or February of 2021. We're hoping to publish that white paper. And so with that, hopefully we've left some time if people do have questions for Bernard or myself. We are available.
Thank you so much, Brian and Bernard. We appreciate your comments and presentation today. We do have a few questions that are in the chat. Members, do you want me to read those questions to the panelists, or do you want to read them yourselves? I have one from Justin Layton. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and ask the question then. Justin says, if you have an employee watching a Cali but performing work that is in California, which state and local taxes does the employee pay? The employer pay? And there is economic factor here on our tax laws and potential imbalance of government revenues performing works in Washington. So I guess the question is, or the two questions are, which state and local taxes does the employee pay and the employer pay?
Yeah, boy, that's, you know, that's one I can't answer right now, because as I mentioned, as this technology is being developed, you know, all of those questions and others come to light, and really, you know, to be seen on what the actual answer will be on those.
Okay. And then another question that was posed, let's see here. Sorry, they're coming in quickly. Representative Kloba said something to ponder. What if I rob a bank and use Waymo AV as my getaway car? Is Waymo an accomplice? Do they have a use policy that absolves them of responsibility if the car is used in a commission of a crime?
Yeah,
That's
you
a
want me
good
to take that,
question,
Bernard?
Representative Kloba.
Let me frame it up, Brian, and then maybe you can from a law enforcement standpoint.
Go ahead.
Yes, I know Waymo and most of the other companies that are developing this have monitoring systems, so they are aware of where their vehicles are at all times and how their vehicles are being used. And particularly if they're looking at deploying it from the standpoint of a ride hailing or ride sharing type of business, being able to monitor what the riders are doing in the vehicle and making sure that the vehicles are adequately cleaned before the next rider comes in, you know, things of that nature. So from the standpoint of monitoring the vehicle, I think the technology is in place by the companies. Now, how it's being used, I'll turn it over to Brian and see if he can address that.
Yeah, and that's really going to vary throughout the jurisdictions based on their own state and jurisdictional laws. And, you know, my sense is that a lot of this will get ferreted out by the courts too, via civil and criminal lawsuits. I think a lot of the case law is going to emerge over time. But the last thing I'll say on that topic is one of the real promising areas that I'm really excited about is the ability of this technology to help reduce the number of dangerous police pursuits. What we'll have is the ability through the law enforcement interaction plan, for example, we would have access to 24/7 contact with the representative of the company who could, in theory, disable a vehicle for us that we're in pursuit of, and we wouldn't, before something tragic happens down the road, or we have to use a pursuit and mobilization technique or some other thing that oftentimes can have a less than great outcome. So we're excited about that potential.
Other questions or comments for Brian or Bernard? I'm not seeing any. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate your presentation this morning. And if we do get additional questions, we'll make sure we forward them to you.
Thanks for having us. And again, Washington's my home state, so I appreciate having the opportunity to talk to you all. Thanks.
Yeah,
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Bernard. Okay, moving on to the next item is a panel on regulation to safeguard Washington residents. It's a presentation and discussion on safety, the standard UL 4600, which presents a safety case approach to evaluating autonomous vehicle safety. And we're going to hear from Phil Koopman, co-founder of Edge Case Research, and Daniel Malarkey, senior fellow at Sightline Institute. Gentlemen, are you there? Ah, there's Daniel.
We are. Hey, everybody. We're here. I'm going to go first. Phil's going to go second. And, we've got a few minutes, and this is a long meeting for you all. And it's been great to see Representative Kloba on the screen, because I know her, and it's fun to see her like she's paying attention, and I appreciate that she's paying attention. Congratulations on your recent re-election, Senator Kloba. Great margin there. I was just checking how many votes you got. Nice job. But hey, if maybe we could just take a minute, and if everybody would just turn on their video for like 30 seconds and wave, just so like Phil and I can get a little feel for who's out there. So just, yeah, there we go. There's Jackie, there's Rima. Nice. Okay, who else? Where's Caleb? There's Laura. Nice. Thank you. All right. Daniela, very nice. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Just got to mix things up here a little bit. Kind of, stand up, move around, do the hokey pokey, whatever it is. So we're going to kick this thing off. I do have some slides, which I'll turn on here in just a minute. I did want to, just before I get into my remarks, just sort of because of the last two, because I just kind of comment maybe a bit on the last two speakers. So one is, I think it was very helpful to hear from Eric from Reason Foundation. I think there's a lot of useful context there. And I think you can kind of, in terms of where, kind of placing Reason as he said, as sort of a very market-oriented approach. And I think there's obviously a spectrum of approaches to how we think about kind of getting ready for this new industry. And that I think I'm probably a little bit more on towards the regulatory spectrum, but I do want to, and I think there are a couple of key points that I think are worth considering, which especially for this work group, which is what is the role of the states? And I think, historically, it absolutely is the case that the federal government has had responsibility for vehicle safety. And it would be really great if they were on it. And then I think there's also reason, we've had some recent examples where you could say, was the federal government really on it when it came to COVID safety, for example? And there are certainly examples in the automotive sphere where, states decide that they want to set a different standard. California is clearly the key example there in terms of air quality, and Washington has chosen to follow that lead. And then I think also just another, policy topic that's top of mind right now is data privacy. And so certainly that was an issue that was in the legislature. The EU has said, hey, we're going to do that as a jurisdiction. One could imagine that we would have federal data privacy laws, but right now Washington. So I think it's at least an open question whether, when we start thinking about safety, and particularly given the historic role of the federal government ensuring the safety of the vehicle and the state ensuring the safety of the driver, and now the driver's a robot, so who really owns that, is all interesting. So with that, oh, and I guess the other key thing I wanted, when we talk about safety, we had there's kind of what's the safety of the autonomous vehicle service where there's no driver, and then what's the safety of testing. And those are two separate things. I want to sort of start with a very high level overview of how to even think about safety. So this is like way up at the 30,000 foot level. And then I'm going to hand it over to Phil, who really is the expert on this emerging standard UL 4600. So with that preamble, I guess I should begin by introducing myself, which is, I'm again, Daniel Malarkey. I'm a senior fellow at the Sightline Institute. Sightline is and I'm a member of the System Technology and Data Security Subcommittee. Sightline's a think tank that provides original analysis of energy, economic, and environmental policy in the Pacific Northwest. And I appreciate the opportunity to address you all on the topic of how do we ensure the safety of autonomous vehicles. In my role at Sightline, I have written at length about the potential benefits that autonomous vehicles could provide to our state. I think at scale, with active competition among multiple providers, electric robotaxi services, they could lower mobility costs, reduce emissions, free up thousands of acres of our most valuable land from parking, and provide a solution to our road finance problems. But we need to technology is safe. And so as we kind of have this conversation about what is the potential role of the state in regulating the safety of autonomous vehicles, I wanted to talk about some other examples. So I am now going to see if I can share my screen. Here we go. So this is, let's see if I can get back to here. All right. So, and again, this is a sort of a scheme for thinking about, I gotta get my various screens organized here. Apologize with me here for just a sec. So let's start with, so again, this is sort of high level, how do we think about safety? So let's start with something that we want to be safe, like surgery. So how do you know if a surgical procedure is safe? So our primary mechanism is the reputation of the doctor in the hospital, and then a shared understanding that if you suffer harm, you can sue for damages. There's not a specific ex ante standard, right, that a doctor has to meet for a procedure, say like a hip replacement, because patients have different needs and doctors can legitimately take different approaches to reach a good outcome. But if there is harm, then the patient and her attorney and experts can go to court and make the case that the doctor didn't meet the normal standard of care. And then the judge or jury will weigh that against the doctor's arguments. And if at fault, then the doctor or the doctor's insurer has to pay damages. And so when you think about autonomous vehicles, so relying on firms' interest in maintaining good reputations and avoiding lawsuits is the current mechanism that we have to ensure the safety of autonomous vehicles in Washington. And I think if for people who I would say sort of the Reason Foundation position is, hey, look, they have a strong incentive to offer a safe service, and so we should trust that. And then again, that is the approach we're using right now for testing in Washington. So with the leadership of several of the folks who are on this call, the legislature passed HB 2676, which requires AV companies to carry at least $5 million in insurance. So if they do harm somebody and somebody can prove that in court, then you can collect damages. And so that's the sort of the safety mechanism we have now and that we're employing. There's an important difference between the surgery example and autonomous vehicles, and that is that the patient selecting a doctor for surgery does have a personal incentive to choose to investigate the reputation and choose wisely, because the bad outcome will land on the patient. Whereas in the case of autonomous vehicles, the potential risk of injury or death extends not just to the person who gets into the vehicle, but also to those who have made no affirmative decision to accept the risk. And so I think that is a reason why people sometimes look at the reputation and tort law standard and say, geez, is that enough? So let's look at another example here. This is kind of another approach to safety, which is graduated testing. So you know, we have an epidemic going on and we'd really like a vaccine. So vaccine developers, the way we get a safe vaccine is that we have graduated testing. So vaccine developers start first on animal test subjects. And if those tests show a vaccine to be safe and effective, then they move through 5 different phases with human subjects, starting with very low doses in small groups of say 10 people and then scaling up. Till now we're in phase 3 clinical trials for COVID-19 with up to 60,000 volunteers. So again, you have this graduated testing approach. And what's interesting about this in the context of, you know, a vaccine is you have an ex-ante standard, like you know what it takes to prove that it's safe and effective. And the process is overseen by the FDA, which is independent, does not have a financial stake in approving the product. And even in the face of COVID, the federal government has taken, you know, extraordinary steps to make this process go faster, but still all the key steps remain, and the federal government really is still on the hook to deliver it the final approval. It's not the companies that are developing the vaccines. So when you think about, take that framework and you think about autonomous vehicles, you know, testing absolutely is important to developing AV technology, but it is not adequate to proving safety. So, you know, for all of our faults as drivers, humans do a pretty good job. So we have about 1 fatality per 100 million miles. So, you know, there's Waymo, you know, certainly the leader in providing service, just, you know, released a report on their kind of some data on incidents or like, you know, issues that had emerged with their, and that was on 6 million miles, which is very impressive. But it's important to realize that, you know, that humans drive 100 million miles typically before they have a fatality. So AV companies can't drive enough miles to prove that their technology is safe in any reasonable amount of time, especially when each software update represents a new set of potential flaws and risks. So on-road testing is necessary, but not sufficient to demonstrate that AVs are at least as safe as human drivers. So let's think about another approach to safety. I don't know when any of you last got on an elevator, since we're mostly spending our time at home, but the last time, whenever you did, you were supported not just by cables and counterweights, but also by ASME A17.1. A thick code of standards developed by the American Society of Mechanical Engineers. And once a year in Washington, inspectors from the Department of Labor and Industries are required to crawl through the elevator shafts and cars, taking measurements to ensure that whatever elevator you get into complies with that standard. And, you know, as I sometimes do, you can sort of safely stick your foot out to stop an elevator door because someone has checked the actual number of foot-pounds that door is allowed to have. So prescriptive standards like we have for elevators are common throughout fields that have well-established engineering, but they're not well suited to a rapidly evolving technologies where innovators can reasonably take different approaches to solving the same problem. So it's true that overly prescriptive standards could impede innovation and progress in autonomous vehicles, actually, as it arguably does right now in parts of the building code, which are very prescriptive, that potentially block cost savings approaches to addressing our housing shortage. So, so if prescriptive standards are not well suited to this rapidly, you know, evolving technology, there's another approach that we can take, and this is it's a structured argument backed up by evidence to make the case that something is safe. I got my career in the municipal bond business, and so that's what brought this example to mind. But an investor knows that a municipal bond is a safe investment because the jurisdictions that sell the debt must make an argument as to why investors will get paid back. So the bond prospectus takes a standard form and presents the case for repayment. And so the entities issuing the bonds can range from the Bonneville Power Administration to the state of Washington to a small fire district. And the source of repayment can be electricity sales or a gas tax or property tax. But these public borrowers all follow a similar form that makes the case for why the investment is safe. The prospectus provides historic performance of the revenue sources along with key performance indicators. And the written argument also describes how the jurisdiction complies with existing standards like general accepted accounting principles and the relevant tax law. So the safety case for the investment incorporates kind of the testing mode, because we can say have it generated revenue in the past, and also the standards mode, which is, are there standards that they're complying with? The other thing is that a jurisdiction issuing a bond also has the option of presenting the prospectus to a bond rating agency that for a fee will provide an independent assessment of the safety of the investment. And the rating agency evaluates that whole case for repayment and then gives the bond a rating, which signals whether it's investment grade and therefore safe for a prudent investor. So again, it's quite a leap from municipal bonds to autonomous vehicles, but this idea of making a structured argument for safety that's backed up by actual evidence that can be reviewed by an independent third party is the approach on which the autonomous vehicle industry is now converging. Earlier this year, Underwriters Laboratory adopted UL 4600, which is a new standard for autonomous vehicle safety, and that had the participation of auto manufacturers, autonomous vehicle developers, state DOTs, academics, and safety experts. I want to make clear that the framework that I have up on the screen right now is not part of UL 4600. This is Daniel Malarkey's schema for how I try to think about safety and put things in context. And I hope that it provides you with some kind of useful context for understanding this concept of a safety case. But I also just want to draw a firm line between like my thinking on safety and the actual content of UL 4600. For that, we are very fortunate to have the principal author of UL 4600 on hand, Phil Koopman. Phil is an internationally recognized expert on autonomous vehicle safety who has worked in that area at Carnegie Mellon for over 20 years. His pioneering research includes software robustness testing and runtime monitoring of autonomous systems to identify how they break and how to fix them. He has extensive experience in software safety and software quality across numerous transportation, industrial, and defense domains, including conventional automotive software and hardware systems. He is co-founder of Edge Case Research, which provides tools and services for autonomous vehicle testing and safety validation. I will now turn it over to Phil, and he'll make his presentation and answer your questions about UL 4600. I will come back on the screen after Phil wraps up, and maybe we can have a brief discussion about potential next steps with the System Technology and Data Security Subcommittee on which I serve. Okay, Phil, over to you.
Thanks, Daniel. Excuse me, and thanks for everyone for being here. It's quite the impressive gathering. A lot of people. Thank you.
Phil, this is Jim. If I could just real quick, Daniel, we had one quick question, and it was on an ex-ante standard. Could you quickly explain what an ex-ante standard is?
Yes, I'm sorry. This is where you have a standard.
Sorry, Phil.
No, I'm sorry. This is a standard where you have a standard before. So it's apropos of the elevator example, right? Which is there's like a standard that you have to comply with. And I think similarly with the vaccine, like there's a written standard and you either meet it or you don't. Whereas in the case of litigation, it's a little unclear. It's not like, because someone can say, well, wait a minute, I did this surgical procedure and it went poorly, but it wasn't because I did it wrong. It was because there were some bad circumstances and I did these things because people are different and there was this high blood pressure and this. So it's like there isn't something written down that says if you do it this way, it's always okay. There's judgment, there's professional, and so I think part of where we are with autonomous vehicles right now is if you wrote a prescriptive standard beforehand, it says this is what an autonomous vehicle has to do. That's an ex ante. You're writing down the standard before you, and that's the standard against which you measure things, and that is not that's not the approach. So that's one of the differentiators across these different approaches, and I think Phil can talk a little bit about how that ex ante standard does and doesn't play in UL 4600.
Is that like putting the cart before the horse?
it's just, do you know something well enough? It's like, if, we have an ex-ante standard about what's a safe speed to drive on the highway. And if you're going over that speed, you're going to get a ticket. And like, that's just that's our standard about how fast you can drive. And like, and sometimes we'll lower it because you have like environmental conditions, which said, well, but basically like there's an ex-ante standard. So, but like, if you're driving on the salt flats of Bonneville, there's no ex-ante standard about how fast you can drive. You can drive as fast as you can go. So I think, part of what we're trying to sort out here is what's the nature of a standard that you can create in a rapidly evolving and emerging technology.
Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate you answering that question. Yeah. Mr. Koopman, you have the floor. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. I have well, I'm from Pittsburgh, as you can see from my Zoom background. And I think Alex used to be from Pittsburgh, I understand. So shout out to all the Pittsburgh folks who've relocated. My background is I've been doing safety in a lot of different ways. I've done rail safety. I used to live on a nuclear powered submarine. Safety is something you sort of keep top of mind for obvious reasons. I've done a lot of chemical process safety. And I even used to work for Otis Elevator. And this highlights one of the issues I did. I have several elevator patents. One of the issues with the ex-ante standards, and that is all the building code type standards, including the current standards for cars. There are safety standards for cars. But for practical purposes, they assume the software is perfect. And software defects are the part that's on fire. So if you stick your foot in an elevator door, which I highly recommend against, and listen to who's saying this to you, don't do that. The elevator door will reverse most of the time. And the test is, did it do it once? Do you really want to push your luck by doing it 1,000 times? Well, Otis guys actually have their act together. I respect them a lot. There are some elevator companies, I won't even try it once, just saying. Even though it passes the test doesn't mean the software is always going to be there. If you make if you make one phone call on your cell phone, does that prove your cell phone software is perfect? Well, of course not. You drive once around a block in a self-driving car. Does that prove the self-driving car is perfect? No, of course not. Why would you expect those answers to be different? And this is the part about 6 million miles is impressive, but it doesn't get you to 100 million. So we don't know enough about how to standardize self-driving car safety to say, build it this way, like you do with elevators. Those have been around a long time. We understand how to build them. So we didn't standardize that. Instead, I was the primary author for UL 4600, which doesn't standardize how to build it. It standardizes how to explain to people that it's safe and that you didn't forget anything you need to cover. So it provides complete technological flexibility, but still makes you answer the question, well, how do you know it's safe? So I'm gonna roll a 5-minute video because it's better than me trying to do it extemporaneously. Let me share that. And then this video and also a much longer 20-minute video are both available. We can give you the pointers. So hopefully everyone can see a video screen now.
We can.
And I'll roll it. Can you hear sound?
Hi, I'm Phil Koopman from EdgeCase Research, and I'm going to do a whirlwind intro to the UL 4600 safety standard for autonomous vehicles. Let's start with the basics of UL 4600. This is a standard issued by Underwriters Laboratories, which is a nonprofit standards development organization. The standard was approved by a standards technical panel that includes developers, suppliers, universities, government, insurance, assessors, international representation, and so on. UL 4600 was issued in April 2020 for light vehicles. Another version is underway as of summer 2020, and a new version for trucks, 4600-2, also is starting off in summer 2020. UL 4600 takes a goal-based approach. So rather than saying this is how you have to do the various tasks, it talks about what the goals are to make sure you've done whatever tasks you choose to do properly and with enough coverage to ensure safety. It works with other standards to avoid gaps in the safety approach. The strategy of UL 4600 is that it standardizes the safety case assessment approach. Well, what's a safety case? A safety case generically has some claims. What does safe mean? It has some arguments. Why do we think our vehicle is safe? And it has some evidence. Where's the data? 4600 helps make sure that the evidence actually supports the arguments and that the arguments actually support the claims. So rather than being a big pile of documents, this results in a structured argument that someone else can understand and say, yes, indeed, it looks to me like the claims are true. It has extensive lists of preceded hazards to say, yes, this is something you should worry about. Now, maybe it doesn't apply to you, but did you think of that? Did you make sure you covered it to reduce the chance of a missed hazard? Finally, 4600 takes a system-level approach to safety. Now, why would you need to do that? A lot of the emphasis has been on driving safety. And you have functional safety. What if there's a fault inside the vehicle? And you have safety of the intended function. So what if there's something strange going on in the environment? Sure, those are important, and UL 4600 says you have to do them, and it includes a chapter specifically about machine learning and autonomy to make sure you cover those as well. But in fact, self-driving cars to be safe need to do more than just drive down the road. The issue is there's no captain of the ship, so to speak. So here's a nice kid, cute kid, kid's in the car seat. Is it okay to go? Well, no, of course not. There's no seatbelt. Somebody or something has to be in charge of all the things that are other than driving that also affect the safety outcomes. That includes life cycle things. What about making sure maintenance gets done, handling incidents? What about infrastructure? What about if the cloud computers go down and you're depending on them for an HD map update? What about other road users? And also the environment. You have to detect operational design domain violations and do something reasonable about them. Rather than assuming that everything will be perfect on the first day, 4600 adopts a feedback approach. The idea is that it's unlikely you will think of absolutely everything possible on the first day, and even if you do, the world will change out from under you, so you're going to have field feedback. The feedback largely takes the form of SPIs, safety performance indicators. For example, in this picture, there's a kid next to an adult, and the perception system does not see the kid, but does see the adult. Well, that kid is not going to get hit by the self-driving car because the car will avoid the adult. But what you would like is some feedback from the field knowing that you got lucky so you can fix the root cause problem before in the future the kid runs out into the street and you get unlucky because you had no idea the kid was there. SPIs measure several things. One is the system behaving safely? But another one that's just as important is, are the assumptions in the safety case true? Is our assumption that we've accounted for all the possible objects in the environment actually true, or are we seeing things that we can't classify, but we're getting lucky so we didn't worry about it? Also, does the field data look like we expect it to? There are feedback loops required by 4600 to diagnose and fix the root cause of alerts caused by SPIs. The feedback not only helps you fix bugs with the design, but also helps you fix problems with the safety case and improves your risk evaluation. You can find more documents, more extensive tutorials, and the ability to view the standard for free at the below web address. With that, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting us to this panel, and I look forward to an interesting discussion.
Okay, that was it. Hopefully short and sweet. It's a 300-page standard. I can only do so much in 5 minutes. Anyone who wants to know more, there's a 20-minute video. We'll get you a copy of the standard. It's all great, but I'm here to answer questions now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Copeman. Questions or comments for Mr. Copeman? No questions?
There's a little bit of like, what questions don't I have?
Dive in, go for it.
So I'm really appreciative of this particular framework and the way that you've laid it out, because one of the big concerns that I have had is as we try to create, a regulatory structure, how do we avoid the problem that I think somebody mentioned in the chat that Boeing came across with the way that they were changing some of the way that they have automated their 737 MAX. And so part of my challenge has been like, what do we need to ask the companies to do? I think maybe the California approach has been, well, show us your collision data, and when you switch from remote to the person in the car actually taking control. And I been really trying to work out, you know, what's the best way for us to understand each manufacturer, and what has the process been, and in some way of like, show us your work without of course showing us your work because that's proprietary, but how do we know that you have done the kinds of things that we need you to do so that we have some reassurance for the public that these things are safe? And I'm just very excited. I may or may not get through the full 300-page standard because I'm sure it'll be over my head. But I'm really looking forward to reading it, to doing the 20-minute thing that you have. So is this type of approach something that is also used in, say, just regular software development, or sort of, you know, when the FAA decides we're going to license or not license this new technology, is this the kind of approach that they're using?
This approach has been around for about 20 years. It's very popular in the UK. All the UK nuclear power plants are certified this way. The US FDA has been going down this path as well. It is not as prevalent in other industries. And the reason is, if you have a well-understood system and there's a person who acts to clean up loose ends, like in a traditional car, you can say, build it this way, and for all the did you think of that we didn't think of, there's a human there, it's their problem, deal with it, right? And nuclear power isn't willing to go that way, although in the US, sort of they're still there, right? And the US NRC is, I talk to them, I know all these guys, right? But the problem is when you take a human out of the loop, the entire thing changes because you no longer have this human to act as the general purpose cleanup mechanism, right? And because it's an open world, you don't know what you're going to see next week or even the next minute on the roads. And believe me, I've seen plenty of really weird stuff just myself. Nobody can predict what you're going to see. So the fiction, I'll call it, a benign fiction of we thought of everything, we're close enough, actually works okay for systems like traditional trains. And it works okay for lots of things. You know, it actually works okay for throttle control in a car. If you're thinking, you'll think, oh, there's only so many ways that can go wrong, right? But once you get to cameras and LiDARs and sensors and weird stuff showing up on the roadway, nobody can think of all that stuff. So what 4600 does is it says, first of all, there's an extensive catalog. A lot of that 300 pages is stuff we actually did think of that a lot of the vendors haven't thought of yet, because you might as well get as close as you can, you know, get you to 99%, right? And I like saying 100 million miles. Okay, so that's like, I don't know, it's like 6 more nines to go, right? But you might as well get, there's no point overlooking stuff everyone knows you have to deal with. The question is, what do you do after that? What you do after that is you deploy very carefully, thinking you're as safe as you know how to be, and you pay attention to what happens, and you find things and you fix them before they have a chance to go bad. Now, what happened in Boeing, I'm not going to say I'm an expert on Boeing, but I've certainly read all 737 MAX. And one of the things that happened is they had a crash and they said, oh, that was a one-off, it won't happen again. Well, 4600 says, no, 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 no. Every time there's not only a crash, but a near miss, you have to fix it. You can't just wave your hands. Because if you have millions of vehicles on the road, which is a lot more than we have aircraft, there are just so many vehicles that everything weird, if it happens once, pretty much guaranteed to happen again. The aircraft, you can say, well, there aren't that many, maybe we'll get lucky. Cars, you just can't say that. It will happen again. And so 4600 is all about the feedback. The aviation industry does an impressive job about feedback. And the 737 MAX is remarkable because it's one of the few times the system's really failed. They actually do a really good job at this. And I had a co-author on the standard. I mean, I typed most of the words in, but I had help from an FAA DER. And one of the things she did was make sure that I learned all those lessons from aviation.
Thank you so much, Phil. We appreciate your response to the comment. I see Tom Alberg has got his video on. Tom, did you have a question for Phil?
No, I'm all set, but thanks for the presentation.
Other questions or comments from Mr. Copeman?
Phil, could you talk maybe a little bit about how, I mean, like, who is the audience for this standard? So, because I can think of, this is sort of, you know, state policymakers trying to think about what's the right thing for the state of Washington. but presumably the folks who are around the table developing the standard, I mean, at some point within a corporation, right, you're going to have senior executives who are like, they want to know, like, is this project ready or not? So maybe talk a little bit about kind of where the industries, like, what's the lay of the land within the industry on looking at this standard and the role it might play.
Sure. Let me start with the people who are on the standard. When you look at most automotive standards, the people who are on the committees that write them are almost all automotive companies or suppliers. I'm on a couple of those standards committees, and it's all technical folks. And one of the things that was really cool about the Underwriters Laboratories process is they have a quota that you can't have too many techies. So we have consumer advocates. We had Finch Fulton from US DOT was a voting member, and he voted for the standard. Okay, so we had three insurance companies. We had all sorts of folks that are not the usual suspects for standards on this thing. So it's actually designed to serve all the stakeholders. Now it is for sure really technical. I get that, very technical. But these folks all understood. Consumers Union was on there. They all understood well enough to make an informed decision. So when you have this, but to go on to the deeper part, when you have this, the real point is for the self-driving car companies to be able to have a way to convince everyone else they're safe without showing everyone their secret sauce. And that's really what this is about. You need that. And I look at it, I have a framework, which is a whole different lecture. I have at least 3 hours of video you can all watch if you want. I'll do the 30-second version. I'm a professor, so I'll do the short version and not talk for 4 hours like I'm gonna do tonight in my class. That I call positive trust balance. That if you wanna actually, people talk about positive risk balance, as in we're safer than a human, but do you believe that's really true? So I have a thing I call positive trust balance, which says to really get this technology accepted, you need 4 things. The first is, sure, you need testing. Of course you need testing. But as Daniel said, 6 million miles is impressive. It's not even in the ballpark, right? Testing's not gonna do it. And you do a lot of simulation, and simulation helps, but it's not the same as the real world, et cetera. So you do all that, but you need 3 more pieces. The next pieces you need is good engineering. If you had a bunch of undergrads at my university who are really smart kids, if you had a bunch of undergrads throw together a self-driving car and they made it 6 million miles without a crash, would you get in it? I wouldn't. No way. You need good engineers, people who know what they're doing. And 4600 talks a lot about, here are all the good engineering practices. And there's other automotive standards, ISO 26262, ISO 21448. Those are automotive standards, and you're supposed to do all that stuff too, because it's just good engineering. 26262 is more than 10 years old. It isn't like and the industry wrote it. So you should be doing that. Unfortunately, a lot of car companies don't. That's an issue, but you should be doing the standards the industry wrote itself, and 4600 encourages that. But gives you flexibility. If you don't want to do that, tell us you did something else just as good, and that's okay too. Just tell us a story that we believe. So that's the second piece. The third piece is you need the field feedback, because no one's going to think of everything. And even if you did, the world will change tomorrow, and you need to find out about it before you're a news headline. So that's the third piece. The field feedback is super important, the SPIs. And the fourth piece is safety culture. For those of you who followed the Tesla fatality in Tampa, the big finding was safety culture issues, right? So all 4 of those things are really the underpinnings of 4600. It says, let's do all those 4 things, because that's what it takes to actually be safe. And that, it turns out, that applies for airplanes as well as cars. This is just what it takes to be safe. Although the feedback is now raised to a much higher level than it used to be. Recalls aren't good enough. You're gonna have to be proactive. The aircraft industry has been grappling with that. They know that lesson, they've been grappling with it. The car industry isn't there yet, and 4600 should help them be there.
So could you maybe talk a little bit more about the nature of the review, right? So because part of, so there's a safety case. So if a car company wants to, sell, say, hey, we're going to comply with UL 4600, we're going to have to make a safety case and do all the things. But then part of it also is an independent review. So somebody who's not, who wrote the safety case isn't the one who reviews it. And I use the example in the world of bonds, that you take it to a rating agency, right? Who's a third party who isn't, ostensibly doesn't have a stake, although, you know, they've had some issues, but
I've seen the movies about that. Yeah.
Yeah. But so let's talk a little bit about the nature of the review and some of the discussion that happened within the standards body about who gets to assess the argument.
Sure. Well, going back to the professor analogy, because I'm teaching tonight again, you don't want the students to grade their own homework. That's what you have teaching assistants for, right? And they presumably don't have a stake in giving a bad grade to a student. There's some interesting dynamics, but that's largely true. So for 4600, there's a requirement that there's an independent assessment. So you have the safety case and somebody who ideally does not work for the engineering management, not supposed to work for someone who's incentivized to deploy on time, right? You need some separation. They have to pass judgment and say whether the safety case conforms to the standard. It could be inside the same company. There are some automotive companies who actually are certified the same way underwriters, laboratories, the certification people are. They're actually certified to do this, and it's fine. They're at arm's length. They don't have stock options that are reward. You know, there's a bunch of things you go through. That's fine. But there are external companies who do this for a living. That's fine too. But there's a requirement. There's an arm's length check to make sure it's okay. There is no requirement to be external. There's no requirement that it be public. However, a company could choose to disclose the top levels of the safety case. And in fact, Uber ATG has made the first 5 or 10 levels of their safety case public. They're on a website. Go take a look. There's actually no secret sauce in the safety case. You know, you should believe we're safe because of these things. They're not publishing the code. You know, Uber all made all their stuff public. There's no reason that other companies can't do that if they want people to really believe they're safe. But the standard does not require that. That's up to the company. There's also the VSSAs. With the VSSAs cover maybe half of what's in 4600. So another way to go is to say, well, you know, just add more stuff to the VSSA.
I'm sorry, what's VSSA?
Stuff.
Phil,
Sure.
VSSA, what's
Voluntary Safety Self-Assessment. So that's a DOT's report. You may have seen them. Some of them are marketing brochures. Some of them are technically substantive. The newer ones tend to be better. But it's a public voluntary disclosure of why we should believe we're safe. In the bins that DOT put in that report only cover about half of what you really need. But it's a start, and you could take your safety case, you could make it look like a VSSA, you could disclose it, and there would be no proprietary information whatsoever, but it would give you a reason to believe. As a simple example, if you say, we follow ISO 26262, which is the conventional automotive safety standard, well, that's a pretty warm fuzzy, right? And you will find many of the VSSAs don't even say that.
I just want to note that your colleague Jackie has put some of the things you've referenced in terms of the positive trust balance into the chat box. So if people who want to follow up on those, be sure to check that out. You know, I'm super interested in this, and I can keep asking you questions all day, but I just want to make sure that I'm not hogging so I'm going to just pause here for a minute and have an uncomfortable silence and hope that somebody else raises their hand and asks a question.
Thank you, Daniel. I do have a question from Rose Feliciano. Do these get standardized by the federal agency? What is the process for meeting these goal-based standards and certifying that?
So right now, the US DOT does not require meeting any standards other than FMVSS, Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standard, which is basically, do your brakes work? Do your headlights work? Does the horn work? It's all the basic vehicle functions, the same for all other cars. They're looking to waiving them in case there's no driver, which is reasonable. But those standards have nothing to do with software. They have nothing to do with autonomy. They don't even cover whether the engine control software is really reliable or just sort of works, right? That's not in scope for those. So there is no standardization. There is no regulation other than if you have a bunch of bad events, NHTSA, National Highway Transportation Safety Administration, come back and force you to do a recall or do an investigation. But that only happens after there's bad events, typically many of them. It all depends, of course. They've taken some action against some companies that they thought were not technically sophisticated enough to, that they deployed something they thought might be unsafe. They launched investigations, but there's no hoop. Anyone who wants to can put a self-driving car vehicle on the road, and college students do this all the time. There are no hoops to jump through.
Thank you. What is the state's role in evaluating, implementing, and enforcing something like UL 4600?
Oh, God.
All right, well, at the risk of telling states their business, I'll try and stay away from that. There's the issue of the driver versus the vehicle, and the vehicle's federal and the driver's state. And that's the simple version. You guys all know more about that than I do. But it's an interesting power dynamic question about, well, if the car has both the equipment and the driver, what can the state do? And what's their role? I would say for testing, there's the AMVA. I haven't read I didn't know there was a new one, but I've read a couple-year-old AMVA release guidelines, which I think you just heard about for safe testing and all those. And those guidelines tend to focus more on the credentials and the qualifications of the driver, but not on the technology. And you have to ask questions about the technology and the operations as well. Sure, you have trained, qualified drivers, but are they actually staying awake? Sure, you trained them. Sure, you told them to stay awake. But are they staying awake, or are they watching videos on their phone, to reference something that actually happened was an issue? So those are a good start, but I think there's more. There is a new set of guidance that came out of a car organization and is going through Society of Automotive Engineers now, which provides better guidance for safe testing, but is still very light on whether the drivers are actually staying awake. So if you're a state, looking for the best practice on safe testing guidelines is going to be helpful, but you may want to go further and say, well, yeah, you're doing all this stuff, but where's your data showing your drivers are actually paying attention?
So, and Phil, just to put a point on that, so the safety, one can do a safety case for your testing program. And my actually saying, you mentioned Uber, I think they have actually done that. They said, here's, there's the case, how do I know that if I'm offering this robo-taxi service that it's safe, which is a different question than if I'm testing, how do I know that it's safe? And so you can use the same approach. That's not what UL 4600 is just about when there's no captain on board, but you could take the same approach to a testing regime.
And in fact, if you want an example of that, I had a paper that I read that it was accepted, that I published in the SAE, Society of Automotive Engineers World Congress, that tells you what the safety case should be for road testing. It actually tells you the answer. So if you want a safety case for road testing, we can send you the paper, and there it is.
Maybe we can get that into the links too here on our.
I'm sure Jackie's scrambling to find it now.
I'm working on it. I will put it out there.
I think that's the 2018 SAE paper, Jackie.
So are there other questions or comments for Mr. Copeman? Okay, Phil, I have another one. What are some examples from other industries, such as the air and rail industries, where technologies are automated, and how making a safety case makes the most sense, rather than having specific standards, tests, and specs?
That is still immature, because in aviation, you still have a pilot. In rail, you still have the train engineer. There are completely automated rails in Australia for mining, but their safety argument is nobody lives within 1,000 kilometers, so they're just not worried about it, right? There's nobody there to hit. For aviation, in fact, they are starting up UL 4601. They're taking the standard and modifying it for aviation for drones. That work has just started. So they've been moving towards safety cases for several years, and they're going to use 4600 as a basis, is what's currently happening. For trains like airport trains, by the way, you've all ridden on an SAE level 4 vehicle because you've been to the airport and ridden the trains. I've done safety reviews on those trains. A lot of them are built in Pittsburgh. But the reason they're safe is there's no people in the enclosure because they have the doors, right? And so you don't really need. The safety case for those is there's a standard. We all know it works, just like for elevators, we're following it. It's all fine. But that only works if it's a highly controlled, really rigorously understood environment, like a sealed train tube. As soon as you operate in the open world, you can't prescribe what's going to happen. And safety case is the only tool we have to go there. So they've been around for 20 years, but they're coming into their own because of autonomy. So it's a change you're seeing now.
Well, and a perfect example, in the elevator situation, when elevators were first introduced in this country, right? we had an elevator operator. I mean, there was someone in the elevator all the time to ensure that safety and that feeling of comfort for the individual who was riding the elevator.
I'm old enough to remember that. Yeah.
As am I.
And then when they got automatic, the elevator operator pressed the buttons and kept the riffraff out of the building. I remember that too. But eventually, it's such a well understood system. There's only so many things that can happen in an elevator. It's more than you, actually, it's way more than you might think. But at one point, I had a copy of the book of all the things that can happen in an elevator on my desk. And it wasn't that thick a book. And so you can design for that. And that's just not true of a self-driving car. That's really the challenge.
Thank you, sir. Other questions or comments? Okay, so I think I have one more here. What are some of the lessons learned in the process of getting public and private sector to collaborate on AV-related regulation in regards to UL 4600?
The good news is several companies have committed publicly they're going to use 4600. It's showing up, those VSSAs I mentioned, some of them are starting to say we're going to follow 4600. And a couple truck companies and Uber ATG. And other companies are doing it, they're just not talking about it, which is fine with me. I just want them to be safe. In terms of a public-private dialogue, the issue is that a lot of the companies are treating safety as a competitive thing. The aircraft industry can't do that. They have a saying, which I'm sure some of you have heard, that it doesn't matter whose paint is on the side of the airplane. The headline says airplane crash, right? And the same thing is going to be true with cars, but the car industry hasn't grappled with that yet. They're still operating Silicon Valley secret. And that's going to have to change because they need to trade lessons. They need, they shouldn't be competing on, you should ride this taxi because it kills 37% fewer people than this other taxi. That's not a healthy way to run this system. And I'm not saying anyone's doing that, but it's kind of how they're acting, right? So I think 4600 is an interesting way for them to exchange ideas about what safe means, because it doesn't say build it this way. It just says, did you think of this? Did you think of this? Did you take care of this? Did you take care of this? And if everyone has the same checklist of, yes, we followed all these things, it is going to set a pretty rigorous minimum bar for how safe is safe enough. So I'm hoping that's what happens. We're seeing a lot of traction in that way. But we're really, where the industry is most of the companies, and Waymo is the notable exception. Most of the companies are still trying to get their stuff to kind of work the right way. And safety isn't what's on fire. Meeting the next demo is what's on fire. And as they all get close to deployment, we're seeing them thinking more about safety. It's a shame it wasn't earlier, but that's the business reality. And as they get to safety, they're going to have something. And 4600 is the something that's out there. So I'm hoping we see more interest in it. And if nothing else, it's a way to say, yeah, I thought of all the important stuff. I know we're not perfect, but at least we've done a responsible job of trying to think of all the stuff that matters.
Yeah, in the Army, we have a saying, no operations order ever lasts past first contact with the enemy. So I completely
used to drive submarines for a living. I'm familiar with these sayings. Yes.
Bill, is it the case that
you want a plan? You don't go in without a plan, right?
Yeah. Is it the case that the feedback loop? So if I have my company and it's like, oh, this weird thing happened, and I just realized like we hadn't thought of that, and like now it turned out. Does that then feed back so that Tom Alberg's autonomous vehicle company can benefit from some weird thing that happened? Like, is the industry then kind of not competing on like who can run the most cases, but you're kind of feeding into one pool the things that you all need to be thinking about?
4600 requires that. I don't think it will be effective until there's an industry consortium to serve as the clearinghouse. Aviation has that. The car companies don't, but give it some time. The standard just came out in April. This is a really complicated problem. It's going to take a while to get all those pieces in place, but I think the framework is there for doing that. And just so I don't forget, there's a lot of people on the call. Anyone who wants to know more is welcome to get in touch. As you can tell, I've been at this a long time. I have all sorts of papers and talks, and if there's a specific thing somebody's worried about, if you get in touch with Daniel, can pass it on, or with me, or with Jackie, we're happy to help you out.
Yeah, I can really highly recommend, go spend a little time on YouTube listening to Phil talk about some of his adventures. There's lots of really interesting content that will get you all a lot smarter about this. Made me just a little bit smarter about it. Phil, before we've got maybe a little less than 10 minutes left. I think it would just be, I think one of the things, so I'm a member of one of the subcommittees to this work group. And so part of what I'm trying to think about as we're contemplating our work program for the next year is like, what's the right role for states to be, in relation to this standard, right? Because it's not, it's super nascent. Again, you did a huge amount of work. It was just issued earlier this year. Again, it was super dynamic industry. Things are changing quickly. So, without, I guess, you said you're not going to get into the state's business, but like, what do you think we should be doing in regards to this standard?
I think there are two levels, and we're concentrating on the standard, but it's important to step back a minute. For the most part, what's going on now is testing. And 4600 isn't about the testing. So step one, make sure they're testing safely. And as I mentioned, there's a paper that explains exactly how to make a safety case for safe testing. And it asks questions that you don't hear anyone else really talking about. Like, are the drivers actually paying attention even though you train them? Are you making unreasonable asks because humans can only do so many things? So I would say, really, what's on fire short term is getting testing safe, because a lot of what has been going on historically has not been all that safe.
Set up a 9 transfer from Wells Fargo.
Please mute your.
Sorry, I thought somebody was making a point. That's okay. All right, so that's part one, and we have material on that. Part two is once they want to deploy without a safety driver, they want to pull the trigger. I would prefer there be a technical basis for them saying, here's why you should believe we're safe. Right now, a lot of what you see is, even if you read the safety reports, if you read the Waymo safety reports, and I don't want to pick on them because they've done great safety reports and so many companies have said nothing. So kudos to them for that. But if you read the safety report, it gives a lot of impressive detail. It's clear they've been thinking hard about it. But at some point you say, well, what's the criteria used to decide we're safe? And there's a group of people inside Waymo who decide we're safe. That there's not as much transparency as I would personally like to see. So if I were a state, I would say, if you want to deploy in my state, give me a reason why you're safe that goes deeper than trust us, we're smart. Show me the data. We've done 6 million miles of testing, and they publish their accident data, which is great for them. So they've done quite a lot of that. But at some point, what was the decision criteria you used? And if it's a bunch of people sitting around the table say, today's the day we go, because we think it's okay, decide for yourself if you're comfortable with that, or if you want a little more transparency into the thinking and the data.
Phil, I have a question from Executive Director of the Washington State Transportation Commission, Rima Griffith. Rima?
Phil, this has been great. Can you pull out your crystal ball, because I know you have one, and tell us where you think the federal government's going to head next in terms of regulation. There's been a number of congressional bills introduced over the years to attempt to establish various approaches and levels to getting at the kinds of things you've been talking about, right? Beyond what the ULC and others are doing at the administrative level. Do you see any laws, right, emerging from Congress that is going to maybe start setting the tone for the country around the advancement that might give us some more firm borders, I guess, to operate in?
Sure. Well, I'm not going to prognosticate what at this point, likely change of that may have been too controversial. There's a possibility we'll have a new president, depending who you talk to. I'm not going to go further than that. I'm not going to portray any.
You are in Pennsylvania, after all.
I'm in Pennsylvania. Oh my goodness, my phone is already rung with 3 spam calls during this talk from polling people. If we hypothesize a change of administration, you may see more possibility of regulation. That clearly was not going to happen in the last 4 years. But if you think about it, the best thing for the industry is for them to get their act together before there needs to be regulation. That's best for everyone. Mm-hmm. But we haven't really seen that happen as much as I'd like. I had to do 4600. The car companies were working on stuff and they had several years, they didn't make it happen. So I jumped in and made it happen, is what it boiled down to. Mm-hmm. But if they get it together and they say, we're going to make sure there's a certain level of safety, and we're going to do that as an industry, I'm fine with that. I just want it to happen. But if they don't, thus far, they haven't done that. And we're one bad news headline away from a regulatory hammer coming down on the industry. That's the way I see it. That's my personal opinion, right? And what are they going to do? Well, they're going to have to work with whatever they have. Right now, what they have is ISO 26262, ISO 21448, and UL 4600. That's what they have to work with.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rima. Thank you, Phil. I have a question from Rose Feliciano. Excuse me. Sorry, I keep getting that name wrong. Is the idea that companies will get a stamp of approval of meeting UL 4600? It says, "Oh, I'm a CMU grad, but not an engineer."
Okay. Well, then you recognize this skyline, and you know professors don't make enough money to have this view out of their house. So, 4600 allows you to get an external certifying agency to give you a stamp that you conform to 4600. You can get a certificate if you want, and there are multiple competing companies that will do this for you. But you don't have to have one. There's no regulation that requires it. So that's more whether you want to do it or not.
And then a follow-up question from Ms. Feliciano. Is there an example of meeting a UL standard to demonstrate safety?
We're not quite there yet. There's just two parts of that. One is it's unlikely there'll be a stamp on the entire car because 4600 doesn't prove you're safe. It proves your safety case has been competently designed. And then you have to actually go build something that matches the safety case. So it's a piece, it's not the whole thing. But that's why we have all these other standards. You need to do all the standards, not just this one. If you do all those things, then you can say, we did a responsible engineering job. We've done what we can do, and we promise to pay attention. That's the feedback part to keep things safe. So you know, I would love to see companies do that. We're kind of early. So Uber, as I mentioned, has published a safety case that generally aligns with 4600. It has not been officially checked for conformance because there's not enough detail there yet. But there's now lines up with it pretty well. And I think you're going to see that happen in the next year or two. But we're back to, if companies are still trying to get their systems to work, they're more worried about that, the conformance. But I think as you see companies trying to deploy, they're going to decide to do 4600 or not. Actually, there's three bins. They're going to do 4600, they're going to do it, but not tell anyone, and they're not going to do it. But if you read the standard is written so that you can pick any piece of it you want. If you're really deep technically, pick any piece you want and say, and you'd say to yourself, I can't imagine building a car that doesn't do that. You know, how could you not make sure you miss hitting pedestrians, right? How could you not have a way to emergency brake the vehicle if something goes wrong? Yeah, all the stuff has to be there. So whether they follow it or not, you got to do all this stuff if you want to build a safe car.
And then I have one last question from Francesca Meyer. It says, would it be easier to develop safe AVs if we had a safe systems approach to all of our mobility infrastructure?
So the safer the rest of the mobility is, the easier it's going to be. The way you look at it is, if you have a mobility infrastructure that provides guarantees to the vehicle, now you've offloaded the responsibility of the vehicle onto the infrastructure for that. That is a really tough ask. You know, saying, I guarantee I will never have a burned out traffic light. That's a pretty strong statement, right? And that, because if you do that, if the traffic light burns out, the car's going to run through the intersection, right? So do you really want to make those kind of statements? So I'm more a fan, not of infrastructure guaranteeing safety, but rather infrastructure making promises that are almost always right, and the car can count on them usually being right. And that allows it to move around a little faster, a little more freely, knowing that weird stuff's not going to happen often, but it still has to pay attention to the weird stuff. Because the stop sign gets taken down by a truck with something sticking out of the side of the truck. Stuff like this happens. People are pretty good at noticing that doesn't look right. And I think for the foreseeable future, the cars are too. You know, traffic, even just painted lines. Sure, painted lines are great until a gallon of paint falls off a truck and obscures it, or you guys all have better stories than I do about this, right? So the infrastructure can help you on average, but the cars are always going to have to deal with the messiness of a world that doesn't always follow the rules.
Thank you so much, Phil. Are there any other questions for Phil or for Daniel? It looks like we've answered all the questions that were in the Q&A box. I don't see anything in the chat, and I'm not seeing anyone on camera looking for the chair's acknowledgement. So
Jim, one thing I might ask is just sort of where from here. So one idea is that the system technology and data security subgroup, take the task of tracking this, at least how is the standard evolving, and then how are states relating to it vis-a-vis, because one could imagine the state could say, hey, we're to operate in the state of Washington, you need to have complied with UL 4600, and so that I think it's premature to recommend that now, but I do think that's the kind of thing we ought to be tracking, as a body, like how are these standards emerging, and is there a point at which state policy ought to, reinforce them as, to kind of help, move the industry in what seems like a helpful direction. So that would be my, as proposal, or as you all are thinking about kind of work plans for the balance of 2021.
thank you, Daniel. Any other questions or comments for Daniel or for Phil?
Can I jump in with a concrete
Yes, by all
thing to
means.
follow up on Daniel? One of the things you might want is, for example, a dashboard of metrics that they show you to convince you they're safe. But the dashboard is not metrics you choose, because how do you know what matters, right? With all respect, disengagements, by the way, are not the answer. But if they have a safety case, they can put numbers on the top 3, 4, 5 levels of the safety case and show you their numbers are lining up with what it's supposed to be. That's a pretty concrete way to know they have their act together. So maybe that's the type of form and answer to Daniel's point might take.
Thank you, sir. Other questions, comments for our guests? Thank you so much, Mr. Copeman. Mr. Malarkey, we appreciate your presentation today, and the Q&A was wonderful. We had some really good questions, so I appreciate the Exec Committee's responsiveness to those questions. We are scheduled for a break, and we are right on time, so I'm going to ask that you all remain in the meeting. Go ahead and mute and turn off your cameras, and we will come back right at noon to start with AV subcommittee updates and recommendations. So thank you again, everyone. See you in a half hour.
Thanks for having us, and happy to follow up.
Thank you. We are in recess.
Hi, Jim. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm ready when the group is. And can you see my screen?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay, great.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Autonomous Vehicle Work Group Executive Committee meeting. This afternoon, we have a host of action to take in regards to subcommittee updates and recommendations. The first subcommittee we're going to hear from is the Health and Equity Subcommittee, Dr. Andrew Dannenberg, who is the chair. Dr. Dannenberg, you have the floor.
Thank you. What I'll be presenting today will be an update on our prior meeting that I guess was, what, 1 or 2 months ago, with several of the components are in response to the comments that we received at the last time. So I'll be presenting for the Health and Equity Subcommittee that you are well aware of. Its background, as you know, we've been around for about a year looking at health and equity issues related to autonomous vehicles. We've been holding monthly meetings with the group and had some good discussions. As mentioned before, determinants of health is getting the message across that healthcare is really only one part of health, and the social, environmental, and behavioral factors are a major part of what is health. So what I want to spend a few minutes on is in response to a question from last time. And the question had to do with, well, what are some of the equity issues? And so one of our more recent phone calls with the subcommittee was to ask around the committee, what are the things that you're concerned about for health and equity that we could share with the executive committee? And so there's 2 slides of this, came up with about 10 of them. I'm not sure this captures everything, but it gives an idea of the kinds of issues that should be considered. The first one has to do with access by income levels. We don't know when AVs are tested and implemented, who will receive the benefits and who will be harmed. And so the concern being that, will high income people be more likely to get benefits and low income people may not be getting many or may actually get some harms. Second is there's been a number of studies suggesting that pedestrian detection systems may perform less well with people of darker skin colors, which could put them at a higher risk of injury as pedestrians. So this becomes an equity issue. Third one is disparities in infrastructure quality, that there may be disadvantaged areas that have simply poor infrastructure. And so AVs may either not function as well or as safely in those areas, or may actually avoid those areas, which would also cause inequities. The fourth one has to do with racism. It does exist and could influence the acceptance of shared services. The fifth one has to do with cost of services. Clearly, people with less income may or may not be able to afford the use of AVs, depending on how they're priced, or do they need to be subsidized, as is sometimes done with mass transit. The next one is equitable distribution of services. So these are, where are the AVs being used? It could be that all the electric charging stations are only in the more well-to-do areas, and the distances are further away, and people in low-income areas or low-income persons may have less access because there's less service and fewer places for charging. Next one, also related to income, is access to the technology that's necessary to use AVs, having to do with not everybody has a smartphone and a credit card. Obviously, most of the population does, but there are people who do not have access to one or both of those necessary devices to use an AV. The next one is actually a rather big one, and it's a little hard to address, and that is that if you were to ask a disadvantaged population what their priorities are for spending transportation funds, it may well be that implementing AVs are not their priority, that investing in transportation infrastructure that helps AVs is not the best use of societal dollars from their point of view, that there may be other things such as mass transit or whatever that a disadvantaged population might prefer that public funds be spent on. And the final one is that if we're doing education and outreach, which is certainly necessary as the AVs are used more broadly, they need to be conducted so that they reach all populations. And so some people with less education may not have the comprehension of the level of language being used, or may need other languages. There's certainly plenty of population for whom English is not their native language. So this is a list of some of the areas of equity to be considered as this committee moves forward with its recommendations. So then what I want to do is go back to the 2 recommendations that we suggested last time. One of them is similar to what you heard, and the other is changed in a substantial way based on the feedback that we received from you. The first one that is more similar is we still feel strongly that there is a role for outreach to traditionally marginalized communities, people of color, people in disinvested areas. They are not well represented among decision makers, and that such outreach will give better understanding of their access, mobility, and health needs. So what we are recommending and for your consideration is to have a structured public engagement process to better understand the health equity and access needs of marginalized communities. That outreach needs to include some education about what AVs are. Some of these populations will not have much understanding. Needs to describe some scenarios of how AVs might be used, and then get feedback from the participants once they're learning what people have in mind about how AVs might be used. And the report findings and recommendations would be provided to this committee and to WSTC to inform future decisions. And as mentioned, we picked a cost of $30,000 as an amount to do some useful work that seemed reasonable. It is a somewhat arbitrary figure. Certainly if there's more, you could do more. If there's less, you would get less feedback. So it was picked as a reasonable level to work with. And the impact would be that it may be possible to prevent or reduce inequitable consequences if that public engagement is conducted, and may help with future policy setting. So that's the recommendation you heard before, and I think such outreach is commonly done in transportation settings, and seems quite reasonable here to spend a little bit of money to have that outreach to bring the information to decision makers. The second recommendation is the one that we changed based on your input. The original recommendation talked about doing a testing location assessment that asked those who were going to do the testing to provide a lot of information about the areas where they would be testing, again, from an equity point of view. What we have changed that to is strictly tell us the location. Don't tell us anything about it. We have the ability within the health department and other systems to be able to look up what the characteristics are of that area. So as background is mentioned, here's what's currently required for those who are doing testing. And it, as mentioned, could have inequitable implications. And so the amended recommendation would be just tell us either zip code or census tract, whatever works easier for the company. Provide that, and then the Department of Health or WashDOT or others can look up the demographics and equity considerations just from having that physical location. So I think that puts a lot less burden. That was one of the concerns on the companies to just be able to map out where they're going to do it. In fact, it potentially could even be a map with a line drawn around the area to be done. Zip codes and census tracts are what we need to actually look up the demographics. But I think that's a very light burden to be able to say, here's where you're going to test. And I think that's probably well known to the companies, where they intend to test. So that was the revision there to try to reduce the burden, and it still is not intended to in any way say some areas should or shouldn't have testing, but it just provides enough information so that those making decisions can use that information to see if there is guidance to be done down the road about distribution of the use of AVs, both for testing and implementation. But it very much is not regulatory. It is strictly to inform where testing is being done, and ideally done with just a zip code or census tract should be a relatively light burden on the companies that provide that. So that's the information. The other thing I just want to mention, that what the committee will be doing in the next few months, one is following up on these two recommendations, and the other is we will be looking at the recommendations coming out of other subcommittees to see if there are equity issues in those recommendations coming out of other subcommittees. And we're starting to see on the agenda that there are some recommendations coming from other subcommittees. I've looked at some of them there's really not a equity issue so much involved. Some of them we may have some comments on, but we'll be working on that. So with that, I welcome any comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dannenberg. Questions or comments for Dr. Dannenberg? I'm looking. Do we have any questions or comments for Dr. Dannenberg? Yes, Annabelle Chang.
Hi, Jim. Thank you. And Dr. Dannenberg, thank you for taking the time to meet with Waymo earlier to talk about our concerns. I think one thing, just flag, I really appreciate the accommodation of allowing for either zip code or census tract. One area that I didn't reflect on in the discussion was the impact on sort of competitiveness questions because of Open Records Act issues. I mean, obviously, I understand that cars, when they're testing on the road, are visible to the naked eye. But to have it in a sort of easily trackable type of situation where competitors could get access to that information during early testing could be very challenging. So I just raise that as a concern, but I certainly appreciate the subcommittees, looking into the difference between zip code or census tract as a way to help gather some information. So maybe if there's a way to look into alternatives to provide, protect that information potentially from competitive sort of inquiries, that might be something to consider. Or we could even have like narrative briefings or something to provide that information, but in a way that doesn't have an anti-competitive potential.
All right, thank you for that comment. First of all, thank you for taking time with us. We did talk with Annabelle on the phone for a while in the past few weeks. We really appreciated your time, Annabelle, and going over what the issues are. I'm not sure I can really answer that. I would have thought that where people are testing has to have some public knowledge, because you'll need to talk to the police in those areas so that they know, and the various other people you need to interact with. That I would have thought it's not that secretive where for competitive reasons, but I guess I don't know if anybody else has a comment on that, to what extent that really is a competitive issue, or is it somewhat public where testing is going on, in part because people can see that.
And I can share for the Waymo perspective. I mean, we share where we do our testing, meaning what city, for example, but we don't share the necessary routes or sort of, how frequencies or things like that in sort of broader public settings.
Yeah, so we wouldn't ask for frequency. We would not ask for routes. It really could just be a circle on the map. These are the areas that we're doing, and I would have thought you'd be providing them to law enforcement anyway. But yeah, certainly frequency and routes and stuff we wouldn't ask at all. And I'm hoping that wouldn't be a competitive issue to have a circle on a map and say, here's the area.
Other questions or comments for Dr. Dannenberg?
Actually, I have a comment about that last comment. I wasn't going to but I'll just say about public records. I think as somebody that represents public transit agencies and therefore are subject to, of course, the very rigorous sunshine laws that we have in Washington State, we have the same issue with procurement when folks want to bid on a project. Those bids automatically become public records as soon as they get into the inbox. And I think I guess my comment is as legislators who are on this call start thinking about certain legislation for autonomous vehicles, that there isn't creating a disparity between the private sector and the public sector and treating folks differently because they don't like it. We don't like it either. So, and so I just think that is something we need to be cognizant about. And then it's, I get that it's important for the private sector, and I would agree. But I also want to make sure that we're not creating a two-tiered system of haves and have-nots when it comes to certain type of things.
Thank you, Justin. Other questions or comments? Oh, yes, Dr. Denver.
No, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions or comments for Dr. Dannenberg or the Health Equity Subcommittee? Okay. We do have 2 recommendations from the subcommittee. The first one is to conduct structured public outreach. Proposal 1, conduct a structured public engagement process to better understand the health, equity, and access needs of traditionally marginalized communities in relation to AVs. Outreach would include education about AVs, presentation of scenarios involving AV use, and feedback from community participants. And they would report the findings. Recommendations would be provided to the WSTC for informed decisions. And they estimate the cost at $30,000. What is the committee's desire on this recommendation from the subcommittee? Not seeing a motion.
For the purposes of, I think, continuing to discuss it, I would place a motion on the floor to adopt this recommendation.
Thank you, Representative Kloba.
I'll be the second.
Dr. Wang, thank you, sir. Okay, so it's been motioned and seconded. Debate or discussion on this item? Hearing none. I'll go ahead and have Markel call the roll.
Hi, yeah, when I call your name, if you could just say aye, no, or abstain, that would be great. And apologies in advance if I accidentally mispronounce anyone's name. Chair Restucci.
Aye.
Vice Chair Shiv Batra. Vice Chair Batra, are you there?
Shiv, are you there?
Okay. Senator Joe Nguyen. Senator Mona Das. Senator Curtis King. Senator Ann Rivers. Representative Zach Hudgens.
Aye.
Representative Shelley Kloba.
Aye.
Representative Mary Dye. Representative Matt Banky.
Aye.
John Batiste.
This is Shannon Bendixson for Chief Batiste, and I'm not sure that I'm the appropriate person to cast a vote on this.
So would you like to vote to abstain?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Jack Lovell sitting for Mike Cradell.
Aye.
Teresa Burnson. Daniela Bremer sitting for Roger Millar.
Abstain.
Charles Knudsen. Maggie Leland sitting for Joel Sachs. Bianca Stoner sitting for Susan Levine. Jim Weaver. Laura Johnson. Pam Pancook. Dr. Ian Hai Wang.
Aye.
Justin Layton.
Aye.
Tom Alberg.
Aye.
Alex Pazachanik sitting for Sam Zimbabwe. Kurt Augustine. Brenda Weist.
Aye.
Thank you. Todd O'Brien. Jessica Ramirez. Brian Mastelli.
Aye.
John Milbrath.
Aye.
Bryce Yaden.
Aye.
Caleb Weaver. Steve Gordon.
Aye.
Annabelle Chang.
Abstain.
Anna Zevarts. All right, Mr. Chair, we have 14 ayes, 3 abstains, and 18 absent votes.
In opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion passes, and we will move that on to the State Transportation Commission. Oh, and Shiv Batra is throwing his thumb up, so he was an aye as well. Thank you, Shiv. Okay, moving on to the second item. And folks, I do apologize for this process, but Rule 4 of our rules of procedure require us to do a 2/3 majority vote to forward this to the executive or to the Transportation Commission. So this is the only way we can garner that information. So next item from the Health and Equity Subcommittee is identification of testing locations. And the proposal is to amend RCW 46.30 to require that planned testing locations, excuse me, at the zip code or census tract level be provided to the state prior to pilot testing on Washington roads. This information would be used by WashDOT and DOH to examine the demographics and equity considerations of areas where testing is planned. And let's see here. No money involved in this one. What is the committee's wishes on this item?
This is Bryce. I move proposal number 2.
Thank you,
And
Bryce.
this is Brenda Wiest. I second that.
Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded that we approve the item 2, identification of testing locations for the Health and Equity Subcommittee. Any debate or discussion on this item? Hearing none, Markel, will you please call the roll?
May I ask a question?
Oh,
Mr.
yes,
Chair?
by all means.
This is Representative Hudgens.
Yes, sir.
Is this amendment, is this proposal to amend the RCW to keep the other information, or is this to replace the other information with only the zip code and census tract?
Dr. Dannenberg?
Yeah, it's to amend it, and actually, if you read the wording of the other, I think the other talked about provide the city or county. Was that the actual wording? So it actually is essentially changing that, provide the city and county to a little more specific at the zip code census tract level. So it's amending just that part of it. All the rest of it would be the same.
The vehicle ID and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, but wouldn't change that.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the question. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, no worries, sir. Thank you for the question. Any other discussion or debate on this item? Hearing none, Markel, will you please call the roll?
Chair Jim Restucci,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shiv Batra, Senator Joe Wynn, Senator Mona Das, Senator Curtis King, Senator Ann Rivers, Representative Zach Hudgens,
Aye.
Representative Shelley Kloba,
Aye.
Representative Mary Dye, Representative Matt Banky,
No.
John Batiste,
Abstain.
Jack Lovell sitting for Mike Kreidler,
Aye.
Teresa Burnson, Daniela Bremer sitting for Roger Millar,
Abstain.
Charles Knudsen, Maggie Leland sitting for Joel Sachs,
Aye.
Bianca Stoner sitting for Susan Levine, Jim Weaver, Laura Johnson,
Aye.
Pam Pancook, Dr. Ian Hai Wang,
Aye.
Justin Layton,
Aye.
Tom Alberg,
No.
Alex Pazachanik sitting for Sam Zimbabwe, Kurt Augustine, Brenda Wiest,
Aye.
Todd O'Brien, Jessica Ramirez, Brian Mastelli,
No.
John Milbrath,
No.
Bryce Yaden,
Aye.
Caleb Weaver, Steve Gordon,
No.
Annabelle Chang,
No, and may I provide a brief explanation?
I'm sorry, we're in the middle of the vote.
Okay.
If you want to talk afterward, we might be able to have time for that.
Okay, I can also put it into the chat if that makes sense.
That'd be great. Thank you.
and Anna Zevarts.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, we have 11 ayes, 6 noes, 2 abstains, and 15 absent.
Wow. That doesn't sound like a 2/3 to me, but I'll defer to staff.
Isn't that 68% of the voting for?
Thank you, Bryce. I appreciate that. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The motion passes. The item's going to move forward, but we will have a discussion about it at the executive committee level. And then, Annabelle, did you want to say one thing?
Yes. So my understanding is that with the existing legislation, and I know Representative Klob is on the line as well, that we would begin reporting zip code information to law enforcement beginning later next year. So I do think that there is redundancies here that could be avoided by opening up the legislation, and that this information will eventually be collected through the existing legislation and can be tapped into at that point.
Representative Klobuchar, did you want to respond to that?
No, that's fine.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, go ahead to move on. Annabelle, you're okay with your comment? Do you need an answer or something of that nature? Okay, great. Wonderful. Okay, moving on. The next subcommittee that we're going to hear from is the Infrastructure and Systems Subcommittee. And we have Mike Ennis, co-chair, and Daniela Bremer, subcommittee staff. Mike, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Jeb. Thank you.
You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. And good afternoon, everybody. I'm Mike Ennis, co-chair of the Infrastructure Subcommittee, along with WSDOT Secretary Roger Millar. Roger is not able to be with us today, so Daniela Bremer is here in his place. And I believe, Jim, we had a PowerPoint presentation that we can walk through real quick. Can we get that up on the screen?
Staff, are we handling his slides?
So we did expect for you guys to share your own slides. Do you need us to do that for you?
Okay, I can try to pull it up if that's okay. I'll give it a shot. My computer doesn't always like the sharing part so well, so I'll give it a shot.
Thank you, Danielle.
Yeah, it's not liking it very at all. Try again. Yeah, I apologize. I have the same issue I had before. It's not letting me share that particular file. Can you pull up the PDF?
This is Scott. I can share it. Oh,
thank you so much. Yeah.
Danielle, I was able to share it. I have it up now.
Okay, great.
Okay. Awesome.
Hopefully it's the most recent one. I think it is. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. Let's see here. So just the basic structure of our subcommittee, as I mentioned, Roger and I do co-chair this group. We have a very large membership, about 150 participants. Not all of them actively engage, but we do have many who do. I'd say about 77 of those 147 do actively monitor and respond and engage with us in our meetings. Y'all have seen the breakdown of the membership of the group here before, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. So far this year, this has been our meeting schedule. It has been challenging. I know some of the other subcommittees have or will mention the difficulty in moving forward with a policy committee during the pandemic. I represent business, so many of my members are more interested in paying bills and keeping the doors open rather than focusing on policy issues. But we have been able to meet and get through our work plan and have a couple of recommendations for you as well here a little bit later. So I'll at this point turn it over to Daniela, and she'll talk about what we've accomplished so far this year.
Thanks, Mike. I'll just give you a little bit of a background. Again, Roger is sorry he cannot be here today in person. I'll try to fill in as good as I can. We have done a lot of work in this past year and in 2020 to get to the recommendation that Mike will share with you in a minute. Our work plan for 2020 consisted of 3 major work items. The first one is to develop the CAT policy framework. The second one was to develop project selection criteria and identify potentially funding sources for potential deployment projects, and particularly looking at grant opportunities. And then the last one was a very collaborative discussion we conducted with the private sector of those companies self-certified in Washington State. Next slide. So the work that we had done in 2020 was based on the adoption of these 8 policy goals, which the executive group reconfirmed in May in your meeting. We based the work we've done in developing our policy framework on these 8 policy goals adopted last fall. Next slide. We started back in 2019 and developed a set of goals, again, as they were adopted in the fall. And then we pursued to develop a set of strategies and action items that accumulated in a statewide workshop on April 1st this year. And we were, I guess, the first ones out with having to do a virtual workshop after the pandemic hit. So we are now in the process of taking the input we have received to develop the policy framework and an inventory of actions and proposed strategies. And from that, we have then developed the recommendations. Next slide. The other activity that I mentioned earlier was to look at potential investment criteria. How do we identify how we want to invest resources in order to advance AV and CAD technologies? And we also, in that process, developed an inventory in a very significant resource in terms of developing a set of all grant opportunities that were identified or we could find, either federal, local, state, private, and identified and put those into a document that's available online. All of our resources, all of the material that we developed in 2020 is available online. If you want to get to the next slide for a minute. This is a little bit of a screenshot from the website. We have taken this inventory, which is a large Excel spreadsheet. We have taken some of those grant opportunities and created these informational shorter versions of information that is easily digestible. And so if you want to go to the website, you can find this. So the commitment we have made was this: we're trying to update this on a regular basis and sending this out to our membership and other interested parties. This is what one of the really create a lot of interest in having this inventory of grant opportunities and having sort of a rolling inventory of this updated on a regular basis with the volunteers of our subcommittee doing this work. So we're really proud to be able to present this and provide this product to everybody interested in this. Next slide. The engagement with the private sector and all of those companies that were willing to talk to us and willing to talk about what they're planning to do in Washington State, what they want to do as far as testing, what kind of projects they were planning. We found some really interesting discussions and open dialogue. Not everybody participated, but the results of that open dialogue and what we have learned from that is available in these 2 documents. There's a survey template that is available for others that are interested in these conversations, and most importantly, the results of the dialogue. And in working with our partners, the Department of Licensing, who has agreed to take this task on moving forward in a joint fashion with all the subcommittees. We have a lot of interest from other subcommittees as well, participating in these discussions and dialogues with the private sector. So we would create these webinars and opportunities if we have certified companies. And so right now, we are transitioning this work as a lead to the Department of Licensing in the licensing subcommittee, but again, jointly doing it with all those subcommittees in creating these webinars and having these conversations. So basically, all of this work done today led us to these recommendations that we are asking you to consider today. And I'm going to turn it back to Mike to talk about the specifics of those recommendations.
Thank you, Daniela. So after gathering input from the commission and the executive committee, our group decided that we wanted to take a hard look at some items that might be a little bit more concrete and achievable. So what you see on the slide in front of you here is the organizations that did vote on the 2 recommendations. And I show them to you now because I'm going to show you the results of the voting as we go through the 2 proposals here in a moment. But you can see a pretty robust and broad group of folks who engage with us on our subcommittee and who were interested in these 2 proposals. The first one is regarding pavement markings. And here, because we are going to vote, I think I will actually read the text here. This one here is for a request for the legislature to consider increased ongoing investment in enhanced roadway pavement markings during future new revenue discussions to increase traveler safety and support advanced driver assistive systems deployed on Washington State roads, SAE levels 0 through 2, and automated driving systems, SAE levels 3 to 5 technologies that are currently being tested on public roads. And so basically what this one here is an ask for the legislature to consider for additional funding for pavement markings. And you can see there in the picture the difference between markings that have been maintained and where they stopped being maintained and need some additional work. Quite a stark difference there in the contrast between adequate markings, and those need to be addressed. So this is a public safety issue for not only general driving public, but also for AV use and for the ability for AVs to pick up on lane markings. And then you can see the votes for our subcommittee there at the bottom. Pretty substantial support for this recommendation. And then the second proposal, again, I'll read the text here. Request for the legislature to support WSDOT's Work Zone Data Initiative and to consider increased ongoing investments during future new revenue discussions to enhance DOT's capacity to develop comprehensive real-time work zone database. So basically what this proposal is for is additional funding to continue DOT's effort in enhancing their work zone communication systems. Basically, as an autonomous vehicle or any vehicle approaches a work zone and they're using a third-party app for traffic or even a dedicated app that DOT puts out there, some of that information hasn't been developed yet, but they would be able to provide real-time communication to those users of those apps as they approach a work zone. As you can imagine, that's very important, especially for autonomous vehicles, because work zones can change the direction of traffic flow or additional signage that directs traffic or vehicles in different ways. That's not necessarily normal or included on some of these apps or in the general knowledge of the software of an AV vehicle, right? They could change things in the middle of the game, and this real-time work zone data would be able to communicate with those apps to let them know what those changes are. So again, you can see the vote of our subcommittee, very robust support for this recommendation as well. And then we decided to throw up a few comments here of what some of the subcommittee members were thinking when they did cast their votes. Most of them are very positive. You can see one concern here from the city of Auburn, not necessarily with the proposal to add funding to these two programs, but the fact that the local governments need funding for that same work as well. So I think we have one more slide after this one, but I want to recognize that we'll be available for questions and the discussions during the vote. And then Daniela, I think, will handle this last slide.
So where are we going next after this discussion today? We are having a meeting in December, our last meeting for this year. And we are looking at the future paths inventory that you created from this executive work group, looking at what kind of activities and tasks you might want the subcommittees to undertake. And we are reviewing the matrix to see which ones of those activities we can take forward and potentially incorporate in our work plan. Our subcommittee members expressed a strong interest in educational activities to provide more information to subcommittee members on evolving technologies and different methodologies by which we can maybe incorporate and work through automation and CAT-related deployments. And so the two recommendations actually were part of that educational activity where we talked about work zone data exchange, the impacts and the benefits from work zone data. And the picture you saw is actually a small pilot we did where we had a cone and a sensor that would automatically capture the work zone data and send it to a third-party provider who then in turn send it to Zoom. And so when you, not Zoom, I'm sorry, Waze, and when you had a Waze application, you could see the work zone information would come to you as you were driving, letting you know of warnings. And that was kind of part of that educational experience that we had and trying to provide some information to our subcommittees members, digging a little deeper. And there was quite a robust conversation. Same thing with the pavement markings. The discussion got more concrete and more specific as we had these educational opportunities at subcommittees, opportunities to them to kind of ask questions and engage a little deeper in the matter, which led to the two specific recommendations. And then based on all the information we received, both from the subcommittee and the executive committee and other input, we are developing a 2021 work plan, which we hope to discuss in December.
Thank you, Daniela. Thank you, Mike. Questions or comments for the infrastructure subsystems subcommittee?
Yeah, this is Brian Mistley. Mike and Daniela, on the real-time work zone data, I'm assuming the thinking is this is made freely available to companies that need it?
Yes, so we're trying to provide an exchange. So it's two-part. It's a work zone database that would capture work zone information and then project it out through an API or through other application, software application that is allows parties to pick up information and use it as they see fit, including like companies like Waze.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
And it would provide information to those drivers on the road now, but also potentially educate and inform automated vehicles.
Okay. Thank you so much. Any other questions or comments for the infrastructure systems subcommittee? Okay, so then first item is the recommendation number 1, pavement markings. Request for the legislature to consider increased ongoing investment in enhanced roadway pavement markings during future new revenue discussions to increase traveler safety and support advanced driver assistive systems deployed on Washington roads today. SAE levels 0 through 2 and automated driving systems SAE levels 3 through 5, technologies that are currently being tested on public roads. These enhanced markings have the potential for significant crash reductions and reduce societal costs. What is the committee's desire on this item?
Motion to approve. This is Brian Mistley.
Thank you, Brian.
Second.
Tom Alberg. Thank you, Tom. It was moved and seconded. Debate or discussion on this item? Hearing none. Markel, will you please call the roll?
Chair Jim Restucci,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shiv Batra, I can see your thumbs up.
Let the record show that Commissioner Batra is putting his thumbs up on the camera.
Perfect. Senator Joe Nguyen. Representative Zach Hudgens.
Aye.
Representative Shelley Kloba.
Aye.
Representative Matt Banky.
Aye.
Jack Lovell, sitting for Mike Kreidler.
Aye.
Bo Perschbacher, sitting for Teresa Burnson.
Aye.
Daniela Bremer, sitting for Roger Millar.
Abstain.
Maggie Leland, sitting for Joel Sachs.
Abstain.
Bianca Stoner, sitting for Susan Levine. Laura Johnson.
Aye.
Pam Pancook.
Aye.
Dr. Ian Hai Wang.
Aye.
Justin Layton. Tom Malberg.
Aye.
Alex Pazachanik, sitting for Sam Zimbabwe. Brenda Wiest.
Aye.
Todd O'Brien. Brian Mastelli.
Aye.
John Milbrath.
Aye.
Bryce Yaden.
Aye.
Caleb Weaver. Steve Gordon.
Aye.
Annabelle Chang.
Aye.
Anna Zevarts. And I did skip over folks that are absent, so is there any executive committee member that I missed? Okay, Mr. Chair, we have 18 ayes, 2 abstain, and 14 absent.
Thank you very much.
Markel, just noting that Justin Layton just came through with a message saying I'm on another call, but yes.
Okay, so
Okay.
that would be 19.
Thank you. 19 ayes.
Okay. Motion passes. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to item 2, which is real-time work zone data. Request for the legislature to support WSDOT's work zone data initiative and to consider increased ongoing investments during future new revenue discussions to enhance WSDOT's capacity to develop a comprehensive real-time work zone database. This database will provide real-time communication to vehicles on the road to enhance both traveler and work zone worker safety. What is the committee's desire on this item?
I move to vote.
Okay. John Milgrath, thank you, sir.
Second, Brian Mistley.
Thank you, Brian. It's been moved and seconded. Any debate or discussion on this item?
I have just a comment.
Yes, Justin.
For these increasing funding for new technologies and stuff, I do think that it's important that and I'm going to vote yes for this, so it's not like I'm voting no on this, just as we start approaching funding new things beyond what we already have commitments and funding, roads, and I think the Auburn comment is a really good example of priorities and the challenges of priorities, that when the legislature is considering funding these things, it's not consuming other commitments that are generally funded out there. That's my only kind of comment. And I do think it is worth noting how the state is a better partner with cities and counties, for example, in how to make sure that just because you get to the end of the state road and you come onto a county road or a city road, that the paint isn't there, and then what does a autonomous vehicle do at that point? So I think it's very much worth noting beyond just a funding point of view.
Thank you, Justin. Other questions or comments? Additional debate?
Hey, Jim, I got one. This is Representative Benke.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate the time here. And my big discussion, of course, with Representative Cloven knows is about data privacy and ensuring we have the utmost standards. And protections for the data privacy of the individuals as we're tracking into a centralized database that we're looking at, and then integration within the regions throughout the state, the cities, counties, all the different jurisdictions. This could be a quagmire into the future. I know we're going to need this. I'm voting for it, kind of showing that support, but I just really want to concern to make sure we're following data privacy laws as much the protection we possibly can on this. Thanks.
Thank you, thank you, Representative Benke. I couldn't agree with you more. And an administrative note for all the subcommittees: you're going to bring items before the committee, you might want to include a fiscal note, because especially when we start talking about spending state dollars, like Justin mentioned. So I'm going to support this, but I'm also concerned because I'd like to know what kind of money we're talking about. Other debate or discussion on this item? Hearing, seeing none. Markel, will you please call the roll?
Chair Jim Restucci,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shiv Batra,
Aye.
Senator Joe Wynn, Representative Zach Hudgens,
Aye.
Representative Shelley Kloba,
Aye.
Representative Matt Benke,
Aye.
Jack Lovell sitting for Mike Kreidler,
Aye.
Bo Perschbacher sitting for Teresa Burnson,
Aye.
Daniela Bremer sitting for Roger Millar,
Abstain.
Maggie Leland sitting for Joel Sachs,
Abstain.
Bianca Stoner sitting for Susan Levine, Laura Johnson,
Abstain.
Pam Pancook,
Aye.
Dr. Ian Hai Wang,
Aye.
Justin Layton,
Aye.
Tom Alberg,
Aye.
Brenda Wiest,
Aye.
Brian Mistley,
Aye.
John Milbrath,
Aye.
Bryce Yaden,
Aye.
Steve Gordon,
Aye.
Annabelle Chang,
Aye.
Anna Zevarts. Were any executive committee members missed? Okay, Mr. Chair, we have 18 ayes, 0 noes, 3 abstains, and 14 absent.
Thank you, Markel. The motion passes. Thank you, everyone. We'll go ahead and move on. The next subcommittee is the Liability Subcommittee, and we'll hear from Co-Chair Harris Clark. Harris? We're not hearing you, Harris.
And I'll just say the most of my comment thing. I was on mute.
There you go, sir. Thank you.
Yes.
You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. Just by way of introduction, I'm with PIMCO Mutual Insurance Company, and I co-chair the Liability Subcommittee with David Fort with the Office of the Insurance Commissioner. We have 22 subcommittee members representing diverse interests. And someone had mentioned on an earlier presentation that there are different levels of engagement in spite of the laughter and merriment that we have in our meetings. The activities over the last year, we had Matt Moore, who's with, he came to essentially brief us and give us a sense of the technology that's available and how it's performing out there. The experiences with they have some experiences with driving automation, particularly Tesla. And I think we talked about this before in briefing this committee. There's some certain shortcomings in VINs. VINs don't say what kinds of systems are installed on vehicles, and certainly whether or not they're enabled. A little background in event data recorders, onboard diagnostics, and then also probably the most effective anti-collision systems available now, the front auto brake systems, and the results we saw there. We brought in Michelle Radosevich. She is part of the Uniform Law Commission drafting group for their Autonomous Vehicle Model Act. And we brought in a panel of folks to explore essentially tort liability. Judge John Ehrlich, who's the retired King County Superior Court, White Limloff, who's a defense attorney, and Jim Rogers and Mike Wampold, who are plaintiff attorneys. And the key issues we're seeing are, in terms of assigning liability, access to data, and then who's in control of the car. We're also identifying there's going to be some challenges now in terms of whether or not, from an insurance perspective and fixing liability, if there is an assisted driving system present, and was it engaged at the time of the incident. Our next steps, continued discovery. We're tracking what other jurisdictions are doing around liability for autonomous vehicles. And we're trying to surface if there are any other things we can consider relative to liability. Next up, we're going to look at it from an insurance perspective and hear from people in the field, adjusters, claims managers, and whatnot. And then also explore criminal liability and develop recommendations around. What we're seeing is there's really two requirements or recommendations that are developing around data requirements. What data should be available? How is it available? What are the retention requirements? When is it available? And the second thing really is, what is the definition of a driver? And with that, any questions or comments?
Thank you, Harris. Questions or comments for the liability subcommittee? Okay. And did you have recommendations?
We have no recommendations.
Okay, wonderful. Well, no questions for the liability subcommittee. Okay. Thank you so much, Harris. We appreciate your report. And please thank your committee personnel for the work that they're doing. We appreciate all the work they're doing.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. The next item is we're going to hear from the licensing subcommittee, and I believe we have Bo Perschberger on the line. Bo, you there? Yes, you are. Okay.
Yep,
Bo, you have the floor.
All right, let me just get my presentation up. Okay, are you able to see my presentation?
We are.
Okay, great. So for the record, Bo Perschbacher with the Department of Licensing, co-chair of the Autonomous Vehicle Subcommittee. We gave a pretty lengthy presentation at the last executive committee meeting, so I'm really just have this presentation focused on the two recommendations that we have and some of our upcoming activities. So it will be a very short presentation. So the first recommendation we have is sort of in line with one of the things that came out of the first presentation this morning from the Reason Foundation about cleaning up obsolete aspects of the statutes that may not be appropriate in an autonomous vehicle world. And that is sort of the thinking behind recommendation 1, which is around repealing section 1 of RCW 4637-480. This is something we've discussed quite a bit with the safety subcommittee as well. Basically, this language around television viewers is just it's just not appropriate for the technology we have now, where there are more sort of cameras and viewing screens and it can provide a variety of safety features. And so we looked at this from working with law enforcement, and there's other statutes in place that address the safety issues. And we think this could potentially eliminate a barrier to some forms of autonomous vehicle technology, like platooning, where you do have that camera so that the truck that's following closely can sort of see what the first truck is seeing. So this came out of our subcommittee unanimously, and that's our first recommendation. The second one is around providing rulemaking authority for the Department of Licensing for the self-certification program. So our agency does administer that now. And over the subcommittee discussions we've had this year, there have been some questions that have come up that we think having rulemaking authority would help us clarify. Can you still hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So one of the issues that's come up is trying to define what level of SAE autonomy should provide to companies that want to participate in the self-certification program. One of the reasons we thought this could be best addressed through rulemaking rather than just a statutory change is as definitions change and things may happen at the federal level and other places, we wanted to have the flexibility to adjust that without having to go through the legislative process every time. So that was part of the thinking of giving us rulemaking authorities. We could go through that process where we have, the draft proposal we put out, the public hearing, work with stakeholders on what is the appropriate way to define who this self-certification would apply to. So for example, in some of the subcommittee discussions, it seemed like folks thought level 4 and 5 might be the appropriate levels, so that if a company was just doing something that was, SAE level 2 technology, they would not have to participate in the self-certification program. So providing them that sort of making that more clear, and that will provide them, a better understanding of what sort of the environment was for testing in Washington. We think, this could also just help other emergent issues that come up when administering the program. One of the ideas we discussed in our most recent subcommittee meeting, which was pretty interesting, was around deployment of autonomous vehicles. So moving beyond just testing to where you're, providing potentially rides to consumers, or you're sort of participating in some kind of, maybe freight project where it's actually serving a commercial purpose, not just the company that is developing the technology. And whether, sort of defining what testing means, right? And this is kind of one I was just curious for the executive committee's feedback on is, would it be appropriate in your mind if we define sort of testing through rule? And do you think that, it would be appropriate to have some level of commercial deployment as part of testing? Say, maybe, 100 vehicles or 1,000 vehicles. If you're looking at sort of what's going on in Arizona, where you've got this sort of limited operation, I think it's through Waymo, where they're able to provide rides to customers, just some sort of, but it's not just the testing company or their, employees or contractors, it's the public that's receiving rides. Would it be appropriate to have some of that fit within testing, or is testing just sort of, where you've just got, basically the company that's developing it? So that was something that kind of just came up in our subcommittee, and I wanted to just open that up for discussion. I just have one more slide, if appropriate, because I think those are some of the things that rulemaking would give us flexibility to do if we're getting direction that that's appropriate, or if it's not appropriate, that's helpful for us to know as well. So that's the second recommendation, just giving DOL rulemaking authority around the self-certification program that we currently administer. So looking at upcoming subcommittee activities, as I mentioned, we're continuing to look at methods of autonomous vehicle deployment and commercialization. So what does that look like, from a licensing or regulatory perspective in Washington? Continuing to review model legislation and regulatory structures in other states. It was great to see that presentation earlier today where they talked about, I think it was UL 4600. That's something we may take up as a subcommittee and talk about that and what the implications for companies are. As the infrastructure subcommittee indicated as well, we intend to have more conversations with companies that are testing here, just to learn more about their activities and their kind of, what their goals are. So that's kind of what the future looks like. I suspect our next committee will probably be sometime in the spring of 2021 with a legislative session coming up. And that's all I had for my presentation.
Thank you.
I'm happy to go back to the recommendation slides if that's appropriate, Mr. Chair, or not. So
actually, staff will. Staff, are you going to bring them up during the vote, or do you want him to do it? Well, if you could go back to recommendation 1 so we can read it in that way.
Of course. Yep.
Thank you. Okay. So, questions or comments for the licensing subcommittee.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do have a question. This is Shelley Kloba.
Yes, Ms.
So it's a little embarrassing because I feel like I should know this a little bit better myself as a legislator, but I don't imagine that folks who are on the call are any more informed than I am on this. But when we think about rulemaking, is there some sort of guideline as to what are the limits of your rulemaking? Where does it rise to the level of that's not something the agency can make a rule on, but that is definitely something that is within the legislature's purview? I've never felt like I really have an understanding of where that line is. So if you have any guidance or way to help me understand that, Bo, that'd be really helpful.
Sure. I mean, it's kind of a mix of art and science, I suppose, where that line is. Certainly, agencies can't do anything that we haven't been granted authority from the legislature, through state law to do, right? So rulemaking is sometimes sort of intended to fill in some of those gaps. I think, the definition of, what vehicles applies to self-certification program is, I think, a great example because it's sort of clarifying the existing law in some way. That's generally where you see rules that sort of fill in some of the gaps sometimes between what the statute has and what actually implementation of a program will look like. I know that's pretty vague, but it's hard to sort of, there's a whole variety of situations where we've got rulemaking to do all kinds of things to the agency, and I know other agencies do, but generally I think the guiding principle is it has to fit within a statutory authority that's already present.
Other additional questions or comments for the licensing subcommittee?
I have a question for
Yes.
Bo. Hi, Bo. Good to see you again. Is this repealing of this section really hinging on the television broadcast part of this? So we have some supervisor vehicles that go around and monitor bus routes, and they have almost just like you would see in a police vehicle. The computer is on some sort of contraption that the driver can turn to and pull up things. So I'm just, I'm inclined to maybe abstain from this one until I understand more about how this might impact or not impact. So I'm just curious is it obsolete because of the television broadcasting part? Or am I making sense when I ask that question?
Yeah, I think so. And I believe it is sort of about the television viewer. So, there's a number of cases you'll have television viewers for safety features that aren't just for the vehicle backing up, right? You've got vehicles now where they've got cameras and you've got viewers that you can see the sides of the vehicle, all kinds of different safety things that have been deployed. And so it's really about trying to make sure there's no statutory barrier there. Although, as you may know, there are vehicles that are approved, driving on Washington now that have what you could consider television viewers on the sides already, right? And those are approved. They operate in Washington. And so in discussions with the safety subcommittee, it's just sort of, it's not being widely used. There's already sort of vehicles out there that you could argue have some of this technology. And in our discussions around platooning, it came up as potentially just an item for cleanup.
Thank you, Bo. Other questions or comments for the safety subcommittee? Or I'm sorry, licensing subcommittee.
Hey, Bo,
Yes.
I got one for you. Would this be better to define it not just television broadcast, but streaming services because of the broad nature of what's going on in telecoms, as well as the way streaming services are now going into mobile devices onto our mobile vehicles?
Right, and so I think, the thing with this recommendation is we're basically striking that out from the code, is the idea. And so it's sort of removing that restriction altogether for subsection 1. And there are already, I kind of have it on the bottom, there were 46, 61, and 672 and others, which we think already do protect sort of, public safety, traffic safety in that respect. So I agree with you, but I do think just because of the nature of this, it's more about just taking stuff away rather than clarifying
Okay. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Other questions or comments for the licensing subcommittee?
Yes.
Representative Kloba.
It's me again. So I think Representative Benke and I are on the same wavelength here, and I certainly recognize that there are TV screens in current vehicles that provide helpful information to the driver as you are moving, and they are images such as, say, your mapping software that is technically a moving image, and that's useful and helpful for the driver to have. And so striking the idea of, we don't want people watching TV, and whether that is in the case of the language here, it's television broadcast, or as Representative Benke suggests, some other way of streaming some sort of entertainment value type content onto a TV screen that is visible from the driver. Clearly, we don't want that to happen. And so I guess I need some clarification, because I'm sorry, I'm not as familiar with the RCW 4661 and its variations there. And so do they regulate things like, is that where we have it where you can't be for instance, dialing a phone number on that screen? You have to do one touch phone access. Is that the type of thing that we're talking about there?
It's funny because the way I have this set up while I'm still presenting, I'm not able to access my other screens that have some of these items.
Okay.
So I've got to figure out how I can navigate this here.
I know, I'm feeling like I need about 3 more monitors myself.
Let's see.
I have 3, and that's not enough.
Oh no! You're gonna need a bigger desk.
We all, man.
We all do.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am. Or, sir. Yes, sir.
Just may I remind folks that these are a recommendation of the commission. The commission's going to look at it, make recommendations. It'll go to the legislature, right? The law is not going to change until the legislature does something about it, which has also got a huge committee process and a lot of deliberation. The nut of this is that the TV screens need to be looked at and accommodated for current technology, for distracted driving laws. That's what I see in this. Is the committee has done great work and recognizing something that needs to have the attention of both the commission and the legislature. And so maybe the details can be worked out later on when the law is actually being changed or updated through this multi-tiered process. So just a reminder, that's all.
Those are good points, sir.
Yeah, and I am sorry. It's like I said, I'm just trying to do it on my phone, but my recollection, Representative Kloba, is that it is addressed elsewhere to prevent the type of activity, and the original intent was so that someone couldn't watch TV or like a movie while they're driving, which certainly we as licensing totally support that you should not be able to do that. But that just trying to accommodate some of these other more emergent situations where it does have a legitimate safety purpose. So.
Yes, Bo, this is Debbie Besser from the Safety Subcommittee. I might be able to help. The RCW 4661-672 is actually using a personal electronic device while driving, and it prohibits using a personal electronic device while driving a motor vehicle on a public highway. It's guilty of a traffic infraction. So this covers all use of personal electronic devices for any kind of interaction. So it fully covers all of that.
Yes, and I really appreciate Representative Hudgens' point. Very well taken. I think I do have a tendency to dive too deep in, and it is absolutely correct that we have plenty of time to think about this, but the general concept of taking a look to make sure that these match up with current technology, 100% right there with you. Thank you.
Okay, other questions or comments? It does look like, Representative Kloba, it does look like that 4661-672 was preempted by the state legislature, so it supersedes any local laws, ordinance, orders, or rules or regulations enacted by any other political subdivision. So it would definitely be in the hands of the legislature. We wouldn't have to worry about modifying city ordinances or other codes.
I'd add too that you know, 46, 61, 673 is the dangerously distracted driving statute, which also has a whole variety of things designed to prevent, you know, the implications of someone potentially looking at a screen or anything else, right? That could be that would distract them. And so that's kind of an example of how it's still covered, but it's sort of covered a different way.
Understand. Okay, other questions or comments? Okay, what is the committee's desire on recommendation number 1 from the licensing subcommittee?
Motion to approve. Brian Mistley.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Representative Benke. Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we approve recommendation 1 of the licensing subcommittee. Debate or discussion on this item? Hearing, seeing none, we'll go ahead and call the roll. Markel, please call the roll.
Chair Jim Stucci,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shiv Batra,
Aye.
Representative Zach Hudgens,
Aye.
Representative Shelley Kloba,
Aye.
Representative Matt Benke,
Aye.
Jack Lovell sitting for Mike Kreidler,
Aye.
Bo Pushbacher sitting for Teresa Burnson.
And Teresa's actually back now, so I'll sort of.
Teresa's back, and I vote aye. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Teresa. Daniela Bremer sitting for Roger Millar.
Abstain.
Maggie Leland sitting for Joel Sachs.
Abstain.
Bianca Stoner sitting for Susan Levine. Laura Johnson.
Aye.
Pam Pancook.
Aye.
Dr. Ian Hai Wang.
Aye.
Justin Layton.
Aye.
Tom Alberg.
Aye.
Alex Pazerchanix sitting for Sam Zimbabwe. Brenda Weiss.
Abstain.
Todd O'Brien.
Aye.
Brian Mistley.
Aye.
John Milbrath.
Aye.
Bryce Yaden.
Aye, sorry.
Steve Gordon. Annabelle Chang.
Aye.
Anna Zevarts. Mr. Chair, we have 18 ayes, 0 noes, 3 abstains, and 14 absent.
Thank you, Markel. The motion passes. The item is being forwarded to the Transportation Commission. On recommendation 2, please, if we could bring that up, Bo, thank you. Questions or comments on recommendation 2?
If I may, this is Annabelle.
Yes, Annabelle.
I think our concern is overall just sort of understanding the scale and the scope of what this potentially would mean. I think it's very broad, and you know, it's hard for us as industry to sort of understand how that impacts us. And so, from our perspective, you know, I think we would strongly prefer that this would be a discussion at the legislature rather than through this sort of committee process. And that's, yeah.
Thank you. Other questions or comments on recommendation number 2?
My comment, if I may, back is we just learned about the policy decision-making tree that is happening here, that this is going to the Transportation Commission that then will make recommendations to the legislature where that discussion will take place among elected leaders about our state policy.
Understood. Of course, our decision here has gravity in going to the Transportation Commission and going forward. And I think, you know, this could have potentially quite large impact. And so I have a moment of pause. And so I just would say that from Waymo's position, we would either abstain or say nay on this one.
Understood. Thank you. Other questions or comments on recommendation 2? Hearing none, what is your desire on recommendation 2?
So
This
moved.
is Bryce. I'll move recommendation 2.
Okay, I have a motion by Teresa Bernstein and second by Bryce Yaden. Any debate or discussion on this item?
Yes, Jim, I just
Yes.
echo what Annabelle said. My comments are kind of similar. Worried about scope and scale and really the legalities of it, ensuring it as it moves forward to ensure that we understand the difference between the balance of powers here and how much go ahead specifically give rulemaking authority down to an agency at this point.
Understood. Thank you, sir. Other debate or discussion on this item?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I have dealt with rulemaking and the authority of the agencies for many years. I will say that what everybody said are legitimate and real concerns. One thing about giving the agency this authority will first be that the legislature will hem it in or put guardrails or a box or whatever the proper analogy is. But secondly, that the agency is in place all year round and can react quickly to the technology as it develops, where the legislature is only meeting once a year. So if the rules do need to be updated or changed based on new technology, new developments, there is very little flexibility in the legislature doing that, whereas the agency can be responsive to industry and can change quickly. So the biggest concern is legitimate about how much authority the agency has. The legislature will set that authority, but the agency will move quicker than the legislature. So I would ask for support of this and then make sure everybody lobbies the legislature about how much authority to give the agency in this regard.
Thank you, sir. And I'm sure we're going to have a robust discussion at the commission level as well, so I appreciate that. Other debate or discussion on this item?
Yeah, this is Brian Mistley. I just want to share the concern that this is a pretty significant thing, depending upon what the department decides to do with it and how onerous it decides to make the self-certification process. So without further detail, I wouldn't be supportive of it.
Thank you, Brian. Anna?
I think I have. Can either the chair or elected officials clarify the decision policy here that just because of a vote today, it doesn't mean that the DOL will start having that authority here?
Correct, yes. I can clarify.
There's a misunderstanding about our action today. Click into action, the agency's ability to start doing things, and that's not the case.
Thank you. Thank you for that comment. I'll go ahead and clarify, just so each member of the committee is aware. Rule 4 of our operating procedures require, let's see here, executive committee, sorry. The exec committee may identify by a 2/3 majority vote the subcommittee recommendations they support. Differences of opinion will be noted in the report to the Transportation Commission. All recommendations will be forwarded with explanations of those voted for advancement and those voted against. So there's going to be a lot more discussion about these items at the commission level, and then any recommendations that the commission makes, of course, are going to go to the legislature, and the legislature has its own committee process in which this stuff is broken down before it will ever get to a floor vote. Hope that clarifies things. Any other debate or discussion on recommendation 2? Hearing none, Markel, will you please call the roll?
Chair Jim Rustici,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shiv Batra,
Aye.
Representative Zach Hudgens,
Aye.
Representative Shelley Kloba,
Aye.
Representative Matt Banky,
Aye.
Jack Lovell sitting for Mike Kreidler,
Aye.
Bo Perschbacher, oh no, Teresa's back. Teresa Bernstein,
Aye.
Daniela Bremer sitting for Roger Millar,
Abstain.
Maggie Leland sitting for Joel Sachs,
Abstain.
Laura Johnson,
Aye.
Pam Pancook,
Aye.
Dr. Yin Hai Wang,
Aye.
Justin Layton,
Aye.
Tom Alberg,
Abstain.
Brenda Weiss,
Aye.
Todd O'Brien,
Aye.
Brian Mistley,
No.
John Milbrath,
Abstain.
Bryce Yaden,
Aye.
Steve Gordon, Annabelle Chang,
No.
Anna Zevarts.
Aye.
Any executive committee members that I missed? Okay, then, Mr. Chair, we have 16 ayes, 2 noes, 3 abstains, and 14 absent.
Thank you, Markel. By your action, you have advanced recommendation 2 of the licensing subcommittee to the Transportation Commission. Okay, next is, let's see here. Like I said, I've got 3 screens and not enough. Next item is, we're going to hear from Captain Tom Foster from the Washington State Patrol and Manuela Papadopoulos, co-chairs of the Safety Subcommittee. Are you there, folks?
Hello.
Hi, Manuela.
Hi, this is Manuela Papadopoulos. Nice to meet everyone.
Nice to meet you, ma'am. Is Captain Foster with us?
Sadly, Captain Foster is out on urgent issues, and he couldn't be here with us, but he sends best regards. I have Debbie and we'll tag team.
Okay, wonderful. You have the floor.
Sounds good.
Can you see our presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great.
Thanks. So on our agenda today, if you could move to the next slide, Debbie, thank you. We will provide you with an update of the safety subcommittee. We will discuss the feedback on House Bill 2470 language and have 3 recommendations. One you just heard from the licensing subcommittee. The RCW on TV screens. The second one is autonomous vehicle definition. And the third one is the interaction guide. On the updates, so again, I'm new to the subcommittee. I represent the private sector, and I'm also the CEO and founder of the Designated Driver. It's a startup that's building teleoperation software. So I'm really happy to hear about all the discussions that were raised today about that. But we had to redesign the meetings due to COVID, and we've moved to a monthly cadence. For the past months, we have conducted Zoom meetings, 1.5-hour Zoom calls. And we've looked at ways to increase attendance and make the meetings more exciting. And for that, we have identified that it's great to bring education to the meetings, but also examples and success stories. And one of them was in our last meeting where we invited Sergeant Jason McClemens from Chandler PD, Arizona, and Matt Schwal from Waymo. And they were there to address safe testing on public roads for autonomous vehicles and also how to engage with law enforcement, a topic that's at the core of our subcommittee, safety subcommittee. We have 2 more meetings for this year, one on the 19th of November and another meeting in December. And we're also looking at bringing guest speakers for the December meeting as well, just again to continue that trend of providing education to our members as well. On the membership side, we have 17 members, including the co-chairs, and about 108 interested parties. The attendance at our meetings has been, I would say, good, considering the circumstances and the fact that it is a monthly cadence. About 30 to 35 people. And on both of our recommendations, we have received 11 votes for yes, no nays, and or abstains. We are looking at ways to increase the number of members and also the attendance at the meetings, and also looking at empowering voting members to be more active. There's various approaches, like I said, that we're exploring, and we're also looking at other subcommittees and get their best practices. Moving to the next slide, and I'll let Debbie take it from here and walk you through the feedback on House Bill 2470 language and the recommendation, one of the recommendations.
Excellent, thanks, Ben. So many months ago, the subcommittees were asked to provide feedback on the language proposed in House Bill 2470, and this was the bill from the 2020 legislative session, which did not pass, but it was based on the ULC's Uniform Automated Operation of Vehicles Act, which you heard about in our first presentation today. So what we gathered and what we're submitting today is a collection of feedback. It is not intended as a recommendation. It is literally just feedback from all of our members. So we didn't filter or try to take out any of it. It's organized by sections, and it represents the various viewpoints of representatives on the AV Safety Subcommittee. And because it represents all the opinions of the various diverse membership that we have on our subcommittee, some points of feedback will actually conflict with each other, but we wanted to capture everything. So there's a lot in this discussion document, so I'm not going to go into specific details, but you can read all of our feedback in the documents. So our first recommendation is to repeal the section of the RCW on TV screens, and we just had a lot of discussion on this. This was a joint effort with the licensing subcommittee. Our recommendation is exactly like theirs. So I don't know, Chair, if you're going to want to vote on this one as well. I'll leave that one up to you. Yeah, I won't say a lot more on this. Bo did a great job of explaining it. Because we did work very closely with licensing on this. Just to clarify, so the RCW 4661-672, which is really better replaces this, it basically prohibits holding a personal electronic device in either hand or both hands. So it prohibits all use of devices of any kind while driving. So it really covers the whole intent of distracted driving. And anything that might distract a driver. So that's why it's just a much better law, and that's already on the books and being used by law enforcement. So then there's another recommendation that we also worked really closely with the licensing subcommittee on. And this one is similar to the licensing subcommittee, but a little bit different in how we approached it. So I'll let Manuela tell you about that.
Thank you. And also we've heard in the first part of the meeting from Mark Scribner. He also raised the recommendation on defining autonomous vehicles and having a standard vocabulary when we're talking about these technologies. So we want to make sure as the safety subcommittee that Washington has very well understood and a safe framework in place for AV testing as well as operation on public roads. So the fundamental misunderstanding on the language is that automated vehicles covers levels 1 to 5, even the vehicles on the road today, but autonomous vehicles are generally considered to be level 4 or 5 only. So our recommendation in support of Governor's Executive Order 1702 and House Bill 2676 is that we recommend clarifying the definition of autonomous vehicles as referred in these documents. And we recommend that using nationally recognized definition, such as SAE's international definition of level 4 and 5 vehicles that can be operated without a human driver. Any questions here?
Questions or comments? I think you're good. Keep going.
We can move to the next slide. Annabelle, we're giving Waymo a lot of love in this meeting. You guys have done such a great job supporting us in our last meeting, and as part of our recommendation for the interaction guide, the user interaction guide, it's quite important to state that in Washington, it's currently legal to test on public roads without a safety driver. And if a law enforcement or first responder was to encounter a driverless vehicle, they would currently have no information on how to deal with this. There's a few states that require companies to file such interaction plan, such as California and Arizona. And therefore, we recommend that Washington follow suit. We would recommend a law enforcement and first responder interaction plan to be required on how to communicate with the remote driver, where to find contact information, owner information, vehicle registration, and proof of insurance for an autonomous vehicle, and how to safely move the vehicle out of the flow of traffic if the autonomy system has failed and is not able to move on its own, and how to immobilize it and how to tow it. There's going to be different ways to do that based on the type of vehicle and the company that's deploying it. So just to be consistent with requirements in other states, and also based on the previous recommendation to have consistent and standard vocabulary, we would recommend as the safety subcommittee to have, when companies are testing autonomous vehicles on public roads without safety driver, that we require a law enforcement and first responder interaction plan to be provided by the testing entity before they do the testing. And there's an example here on how Waymo has done that. I think it's quite comprehensive and could be used as an example. So these are our, we have, again, 3 recommendations, one that you have already voted on the licensing subcommittee, and then the other 2 that are the autonomous vehicles definition and the law enforcement first responder interaction plan. Thank you very much for your time.
And the second recommendation that we made around defining autonomous vehicles, it's very similar to the licensing one, but it's a little broader. The safety subcommittee felt that it was really important to define what autonomous vehicles were and what the law and the executive order applied to, but we were more open as to how that might be done. So it could be done via legislation, it could be done via an executive order, it could be done via rulemaking. We were open on that. So that's the one material difference between our recommendation and the licensing subcommittee.
Thank you, Debbie.
Questions or comments? No questions or comments for the safety subcommittee? Okay, thank you, ladies. We appreciate it. Doesn't look like there's any questions or comments for you.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and move on to your recommendations. So on your first recommendation, which is the same recommendation that we saw in the licensing subcommittee, if there's no objection, members, I'll go ahead and forward the same vote on this item. This way we don't have to take another roll call vote unless there's a member who wants to change his vote. Or her vote, excuse me. Hearing none and without objection, so ordered. So let's move on to the next item, which is autonomous vehicles definition. Questions or comments on this item?
Are you able to, sorry, Representative. I was gonna say, are you actually able to pull up the actual recommendation as we consider it? Would that be feasible? There's so much good information that it'd be great.
Manuela, can you do that? Can you bring up your slide again?
I can do that. Yes, the definition.
Thanks, Debbie.
Sorry, Representative.
No worries, no worries. So my quick question is just that if both of these in their slight differences move forward, that would be a part of the conversation that the Traffic Safety Commission has regarding at their level then moving things forward to the legislature as recommendations, right? So you'll sort of sort out and harmonize or disharmonize whatever the differences are, so that so it's not presenting any difficulty for the commission if we present both of these forward to you. Do I have that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments? Okay, so on their second recommendation, autonomous vehicle definition, what is the committee's desire on this item?
Motion to approve, Brian Mistley.
Thank you, Brian. Do I have a second?
I second that.
Thank you, Dr. Wang. Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we approve the recommendation of the Safety Subcommittee autonomous vehicle definition. Debate or discussion on this item?
I guess I would add for the record, Jim, Representative Binky, just appreciate the opportunities from the Safety Committee to give us options at the legislature. Sometimes when you pigeonhole us into one or two, it's better to have more. So I appreciate that opportunity at least. And then clarifying needs to be taking place throughout. So appreciate that.
Other questions, comments, or debate? Hearing none, Markel, will you please call the roll?
Chair Dermastucci,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shiv Batra,
Aye.
Representative Zach Hudgens,
Aye.
Representative Shelley Kloba,
Aye.
Representative Matt Banky,
Aye.
Jack Lovell sitting in for Mike Kreidler,
Aye.
Teresa Bernson,
Aye.
Daniela Bremer sitting for Roger Millar,
Abstain.
Maggie Leland sitting for Joel Sachs,
Abstain.
Laura Johnson,
Aye.
Pam Pancook,
Aye.
Dr. Ian Hai Wang,
Aye.
Justin Layton,
Aye.
Tom Alberg,
Aye.
Brenda Wiest,
Aye.
Todd O'Brien,
Aye.
Brian Mistley,
Aye.
John Milbrath,
Aye.
Bryce Yaden,
Aye.
Annabelle Chang,
Aye.
Anna Zevarts. Any executive committee members that I've missed? Hearing none, Mr. Chair, we have 19 ayes, 0 noes, 2 abstains, and 14 absent.
Thank you, Markel. By your vote, we've advanced this item to the Transportation Commission. Thank you for your work. Okay, we were going to hear from Michael Schutzer, co-chair of the System Technology and Data Security Subcommittee, but I understand that he had to leave.
Sorry.
Yes.
Sorry. We also have the interaction plan.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You have 3, don't you?
That's very
Right.
important to us.
I do apologize. Yeah. Okay. Moving on to the next recommendation.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Which is your interaction guide.
Thank you.
What is the committee's desire on this item?
I move adoption of this item or approval of this item.
In the second, thank you. Motion by Representative Kloba, second by Representative Matt Benke, that we approve the interaction guide recommendation of the committee. Debate or discussion on this item? Any debate or discussion on this item? Hearing none, Markel, will you please call the roll?
Chair Jim Restucci,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shiv Batra,
Aye.
Representative Zach Hudgens,
Aye.
Representative Shelley Kloba,
Aye.
Representative Matt Banky, Jack Lovell sitting for Mike Kreidler,
Aye.
Teresa Burnson,
Aye.
Daniela Bremer sitting for Roger Millar,
Abstain.
Maggie Leland sitting for Joel Sachs,
Abstain.
Laura Johnson,
Aye.
Pam Pankuk,
Aye.
Dr. Yin Hai Wang,
Aye.
Justin Layton,
Aye.
Tom Alberg,
Aye.
Brenda Wiest,
Aye.
Todd O'Brien,
Aye.
Brian Mistely,
Aye.
John Milbrath,
Aye.
Bryce Yaden,
Aye.
Annabelle Chang,
Aye.
Anna Zevarts, any executive committee members that I've missed? Hearing none, Mr. Chair, we have 18 ayes, 0 noes, 2 abstains, and 15 absent.
Thank you, Markel. By your action, you've approved this item and it is moved on to the Transportation Commission. Next, yes, Manuela?
Much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, and thank you for your presentation. Next, we were going to hear from the System Technology and Data Security Subcommittee, but Mike Schuster had to leave. He did leave us a message that he sent to all attendees. He basically said that the Data, Privacy, and Cybersecurity Subcommittee next meeting will be 12/12, and he's happy to take any questions offline. So if you do have questions for that subcommittee, please get them to staff so that we can get them to him. Next, we'll hear from Maggie Leland, co-chair of the Workforce Subcommittee. Maggie?
Yes. Hello.
You have the floor.
Thank you. So the Workforce Subcommittee has been generally on a pause since our first work group meeting in October of 2019. At that initial meeting, we had not a lot of turnout, so we were going to be focusing on getting more participation, and we had initially intended on our second meeting being in April of 2020. Due to the COVID response, both Employment Security Department and L&I have been frontline actors in that activity. So we have paused getting a second meeting up, and also a lot of the work we will be doing around workforce development, assessing the impacts, and that will come following the work that's being done now with the other subcommittees. So that will really educate our efforts. So we don't have a date right now for our next meeting, but we will be keeping abreast of what's going on. And Brenda, I don't know if you have any comments. She is the public sector co-chair.
Hi, Brenda.
Hi there. I would just add that, you know, this is an important subcommittee and that I've spent a lot of time monitoring the work of the other subcommittees and how it interacts with the work of workforce and labor. Much of our work is going to ramp up as much of the other subcommittees' work will wind down when we've, you know, completed testing and are entering deployment. So a lot of the things that I've done offline that are not in the committee setting are interacting with our other labor partners, and then also interacting with those folks who are appropriately connected with our workforce agencies. And so although COVID is really occupying a lot of our time, there is work in the background that's happening. And as soon as we have exciting recommendations, we'll bring them forward.
Thank you so much, Brenda. And Maggie, thank you. Questions or comments for the Workforce Subcommittee? Looks like you guys are off the hook. Thank you so much for your presentation. Next item is the AV Workgroup Communications Roadmap. and we're going to hear from Catherine Murdoch, Associated Environment Issues. Catherine, you have the floor.
Thank you. I am going to keep this update fairly quick so that we can still have some time for the last item on our agenda. So really my goal of the presentation is going to be to walk you through kind of what you can expect from the AV work group communications roadmap when we send it after the meeting, and then really open to your comments after you look through it. And so I think that's kind of where we'll leave it for this meeting. So the purpose of the plan is really to provide some milestone-driven recommendations for the work group to communicate in a comprehensive, a transparent, and an equitable way with interested stakeholders and the general public. This really is building off of the legislation language that established the work group. So that language was about disseminating information as appropriate to all interested stakeholders, and then at the direction of the legislature, engaging the public through surveys, focus groups, and other means in order to inform policymakers for the purposes of policy development. So you'll see how some of that interacts in the comms plan, and I think some of that was already discussed also in the subcommittee updates today.
Thank you, Catherine. Do you have, okay.
Just a couple quick things, Jim, and then I'll wrap up. So as you go through the plan, you'll see the policy goals that you all have talked about are incorporated in the plan. There's some communications goals and objectives. You'll see potential stakeholders when you look at the plan, and then a communications toolkit, which I'm going to skip over to just right now. This really is the milestone piece. This is the roadmap. So thinking about when you're developing these policy recommendations that we just talked about in these meetings, how can we engage stakeholders? So really going back to that health and equity subcommittee recommendation, are there ways that we can engage the public in informing those recommendations before they go to the legislature? What can we do prior to legislative session just to report out on what recommendations are being made? And then how can we make sure we're keeping folks informed throughout legislative session? And then what are we doing to report out at the end of legislative session? The parts that are bold and underlined, I just wanted to flag to say these things are already being done. So really our purpose of this plan was to both emphasize what's already being done as part of this work group, and then maybe some additional tools you can use as you move forward. The last piece that I'll end it with is just this communications roadmap really serves to align with the current purpose of the work group and where you all are at in this phase of policy exploration, and will continue to evolve as you all continue to evolve. And that's it.
Thank you, Catherine. Questions or comments for Catherine? Thank you very much, Catherine. Appreciate your presentation and look forward to hearing more about it after this meeting's over. So, and hopefully we'll get some feedback as well, which is important from the executive committee standpoint. So next we have AV industry panel. An industry representative will share their insights and experience testing in other states, offer input into Washington State's current law on AVs, and provide an overview of their work products and future plans. We have with us our own committee member, Annabelle Chang, who is head of state policy and government affairs at Waymo. Annabelle, you have the floor.
Thank you, and I'm going to share my screen. And I recognize that I'm going to be a little bit short on time, so I'll keep this relatively abbreviated and will provide opportunity for some questions. Just checking, does everyone see the screen in presentation mode?
Yes.
Okay, great. So a little bit of background on Waymo. It's short for A Way Forward in Mobility, and we're building the world's most experienced driver. And why do we call ourselves the most experienced driver? We have done 20 million miles worth of testing on public roads, 15 billion in simulation, and have tested in 25 plus cities around the United States. And as a little bit of background, our company has been around for, our work has been around for over 10 years now at this point. And we have tested right here in Washington, in Kirkland. A little bit of background, we started back in 2009, and it was actually part of the DARPA challenge. It was a moonshot, essentially trying to explore self-driving cars. And it went so well that we continue to do the work. And what's unique about Waymo is that we actually, our entire Waymo driver technology, both hardware and software, is built in-house. So that makes us unique in the industry. And a little bit additional background, when we were beginning to do this testing as early as 2011, we actually were testing in California with our Google employees, and it was largely level 3 technology. You've heard the different levels from the Society of Automotive Engineers, which is more sophisticated really than any technology out on public roads right now. But even in that period of time, we actually had moments of deep concern about the direction. And so I'm going to share some videos with you. So just to contextualize, again, this is level 3. It requires driver assistance. These are Google employees. They were told that they had to be paying attention, that they are in the driver's seat, that their hands should be on the wheel, and they should be paying attention. But this is what happened. And let me know if the, let me know if this video is working here. Sorry, let's see. Okay, well, that did not work. Sorry, guys.
Goes away.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know why it keeps skipping ahead. So what you would have seen is that essentially people are texting, they are charging their cell phones while they're in the car, they're putting on makeup, they were even asleep. And that caused our company to pivot because our technology was meant for creating safer roads, and we realized that driver assistance had this incredible shortcoming with basic human nature. And so we decided to move into fully autonomous driving, and that is the level 4 and above. So just wanted to give you a little bit of history of where we were and why we believe that really you need to go from level 4 and above to be truly safe. And so you can see here, we're moving into the level 4 and above is where Waymo is located. We actually launched the world's very first fully autonomous car on public roads 5 years ago, more than 5 years ago now at this point, in 2015 in Austin, Texas. The world's very first rider was Steve Mahan. He's actually visually impaired and had never been to Austin before and was pretty thrilled by the opportunity that he was in a car, moving car by himself in a new city. This is our first prototype car. It's called the Firefly. We have since moved away from that version, but just wanted to give you a little bit of the history. And in 2016, we spun out of Alphabet to become the Waymo company, and we are an independent subsidiary now of Alphabet. And so what is this? So we are creating the Waymo driver. So I want to contextualize it with some of the other sort of different industry types. So our technology is the driver itself. It's the hardware, the software. We are not doing remote driving. We are creating the technology, and we work with OEMs and other vehicle manufacturers. That is not where we're going to be. And so we're moving into the world of transportation as a service, or the driver as a service. We have in the last 10 years gone through 5 different versions of our technology. And so we're now in the 5th version. And just to clarify, you often hear the term connected and automated vehicles. We are automated. We actually do not need a connection for our technology to work. So we don't need cellular technology in order for the hardware software to work. So here's a little bit of a bird's eye view of our different technologies. So we have a combination of LiDAR cameras. We have 29 cameras on the car, and radar. And there are several redundancies built into the system. And then, let's see. So then that's the hardware, and then we have the software. I don't have any fancy pictures for software, unfortunately, but software is really reliant on artificial intelligence and machine learning. And what the software is doing is asking where, so when the car is driving, it's asking, where am I? What do I see around me? What are those elements in the environment going to do, and what should I do next? And that, what's amazing about this software and hardware is that we have the ability to put it onto different types of vehicles, and I'll talk a little bit about that next. So this is our two major business lines. One is Waymo One, which is about moving people, and the other one is Waymo Via, which is about moving goods and about trucking. Waymo One, we've heard quite a bit of it. We launched in Phoenix back in 2017 through our early rider program. And these riders got the opportunity to give us feedback, user advice. I mean, because this is really the first of its kind, we were gathering all kinds of information from riders and learned quite a bit and understood sort of patterns and behaviors and sort of user experience needs that we hadn't even imagined. And I am really excited to share that just this year, in October, we actually launched the world's very first, in history, world's very first driverless commercial service for the public in Phoenix. So 100% of those rides right now, if you were to hail them, are without a driver in the car. And so sometimes it's hard to explain, so let me quickly show you a video, and of course it's hailed through an app. Let me know if this works. Oh, shoot. Okay, hold on.
Driving by itself. There's no driver, Daddy. See?
That is nuts. It's pretty crazy. It's like there's a ghost at the steering wheel. I kind of feel like royalty being paraded around in this thing.
School zone.
Look at these guys. Look it over.
Are they?
No driver.
Go!
What?
So as you can see, we kind of joke around and say, like, the future is here. It's happening. You can get those rides in Arizona right now. Which is pretty exciting for all of us. And we also want to talk about our trucking opportunities and delivery. Again, it is the same core technology, our Waymo driver. You can kind of see here, we've got the cameras and LiDAR situated as well. And this is, we believe, a huge opportunity. We are testing and up and running. It is with drivers in Arizona and Texas right now, and focused on the I-10 corridor. So we are often making trips from throughout Texas and Arizona, as well as New Mexico at this point. The challenge of trucking is a very different one, actually, from a technology perspective, and frankly, a physics perspective, because you're moving at higher speeds with a greater load, and it's much, much harder to stop on a dime. On the other hand, the complexity of the road itself is actually much less complex than surface streets. So our Waymo drivers continue to get more and more experience by taking on these two different types of challenges. And let me just go here. We actually had a big announcement just maybe it was a week and a half ago, hard to tell with COVID. We have a major partnership announced with Daimler, and Daimler and us will be building this technology into their newest Cascadia Freightliners, which will be available for fleet purchase. So we're pretty excited about that. And some people have asked me, how long have you guys been working on trucking? We've actually been working on it since 2017, although we formally launched that business line just last year. I also want to go a little bit of background on what might be of interest to the committee as well. In Arizona, we actually have a first mile and last mile partnership that we had in place with Valley Metro. It just wrapped. It was shortened a little bit because of COVID, but we were a first mile, last mile partner, first sort of partnership like this in the world, and had great success. And there will be a report coming out about how that first mile, last mile partnership went in January of 2021. And I wanted to also talk a little bit briefly, I think AMVA as well as the safety subcommittee mentioned, we have a law enforcement interaction plan, which again is the first ever because we're the first to really have these cars out on the road for the public. And we work very closely with law enforcement right now in Arizona. And if you go to this website, waymo.com/first responders, we actually not only have a training manual, we have a training video as well for law enforcement, and that helped to inform the Arizona law enforcement protocol. And I also wanted to share, and this might be of interest for the Health and Safety Subcommittee as well. We recognize that part of the challenge of autonomous vehicles is really people just getting a base level understanding of what autonomous vehicles look like, what they might mean for their community. And so as part of our launch in Arizona, we have a program called Let's Talk Self-Driving. And we partnered with national organizations and regional organizations to help share that message. And we're also currently up and running that campaign in San Francisco, California right now as well. And if you go to that website, letstalkselfdriving.com, it's a pretty robust website with lots of FAQs, more basic information, kind of understanding what we think the benefits of autonomous vehicle technology will be for the average person, and kind of understanding just the technology. And of course, it's also an opportunity for us to help talk about what the future of careers in this world might look like. And that's it. Actually, one more thing I wanted to know, and I didn't get a chance to add this into the slide. We do have a safety framework that we launched and actually announced it about 2 weeks ago. It is very extensive. It is 2 white papers, and it is available. Let me double check if I can pull this up. Does anyone see the blog that says Waymo Safety Framework on here?
Yes.
Okay, that's available also on our blog. It's 2 very extensive white papers detailing our safety matrix and how we make these decisions and what we look at. It also is unique because we're providing real world data from our Phoenix operations that no other company and no other location has had before. So it's greatly informed, and we work very closely with law enforcement to help provide some of this background information. So just want to make sure that folks were aware of that. And I think that's it, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and I will turn off my screen share for now.
Thank you so much. One of the first questions that came from the chat panel was some members couldn't stay, and they're wondering if you can make that presentation available to us in electronic format.
Unfortunately, I can't. There's a lot of sort of videos and stuff embedded in there, but my comms team I've asked, and they will not let me do so. But I do know, I think that this is recorded, right? Are people able to see the recording afterwards?
Correct, yes.
Okay, great.
Okay, questions or comments for Annabelle? Wow, really?
Annabelle,
yes, Tom.
Annabelle, you mentioned trucking on I-10 and that you're testing that. Are you testing it just between like 2 rest stops or points on I-10? Or are you actually trying to go to kind of from an off interstate terminal to another one?
Yes, and that's a good question. It's actually, it is off. It is basically point to point. So right now, let me clarify, all autonomous trucking companies currently have test drivers. So no one's yet reached that technological point where it can be fully automated. There are different models of trucking business. Our Waymo model is to go from point to point. Although we may work with OEMs or other fleets that would prefer it to be just from, like warehouse to warehouse or something like that, that they don't have to be on surface streets. But our technology is able to, that we are aspiring to, is to go from point to point.
Thanks.
So actually, I had asked a question in the chat, but Annabelle, you're busy talking and working your screens there. But so I'll just add onto there. What are the requirements for cleaning or ensuring physical distance between non-related parties and so on these days in your Phoenix program there?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. So right now, it's fully driverless, meaning it is a totally automated car. So when the car comes to you, you would be the only one getting into the car. Right now, we do not have shared service rides, so it is just like the single household getting into the car. When we do have sort of plexiglass barriers that we have purchased in the case that we may need it if we have test drivers at some point helping out potentially. That, as you can imagine, getting plexiglass actually is really challenging for supply chain purposes right now, but we are in the process of getting that. We do have very clear COVID protocols in place. It is labeled throughout the car. And actually, if you do go to our blog post, I believe we have it visually shown, all of the signage, et cetera. We actually had an interesting, it was our very first ride that we had when we picked up post-COVID. And we actually had a gentleman, he was wearing his mask. And because there's cameras on the car and he's in the early rider program, he was wearing his mask. And then when he got it in the car, he actually took off his mask. And we had to remind him to put on his mask. He's like, oh, but I'm the only one, you know, and there is a temptation there. And so we do have to have signage. We do have, you know, the opportunity to make sure that people are buckled in, have their masks on, et cetera. But that was a good, you know, learning for us. And we put up a lot more signage as well as within the app as a result of that first learning experience.
Other questions or comments for Annabelle?
Jim, this is Rima. I have a question. What is, I think there was a question asked earlier, and I'm not sure we got to it. It was pertaining to a different presentation, but I'll ask you, given your guys' extensive testing. Have you experienced, or what is your experience, I guess, with visibility of picking up pedestrians, people in wheelchairs, and other races, frankly? Is your system, what is your system experiencing there, and how do you, in terms of a pedestrian safety standpoint, I guess?
Yeah. So I guess there's two streams of information. One is just information of the vehicle as we're mapping and collecting information, and then also the AI understanding what is happening around it. We have very robust information in that field. And I'm actually going to flag something for the group to consider, because it's popped up as legislation around the country at the municipal level, and there may be unintended consequences, which is the prohibition of facial detection, which is really challenging for autonomous vehicle companies, because we aren't identifying the faces, but we are in fact detecting the faces. And that's important for road safety purposes. So part of our experience is that we're gathering huge amounts of information in these early mapping phases to make sure that and in simulation to make sure that the way that we process the information takes into account, again, like you said, all races, people of all ages, of all disabilities, et cetera. And that does require, you know, quite a bit of practice. And that's why it's taken us 10 years to get to the point of even launching this service. And then I would say the second component is on the accessibility for the actual ride itself. We actually just submitted an application to the U.S. Department of Transportation's Inclusivity Challenge. It just ended in October of 2020, and it was a great exercise for us. We had to pull together all of the accessibility tools that we've already baked into our program, and I can show that to you really quickly. Let's see if I can do that. Hold on just a moment. And a lot of these things are things that we learned of, obviously, through our early rider program. So we have offerings to make sure that we minimize the walking, particularly in a place like Phoenix, which has large, big, broad roads, that we flag to people if that there is a long walk to potentially get to the vehicle or getting dropped off or to your final destination. We also have a way so that you can actually remotely honk the horn of the vehicle so that you know that that the car that's coming to you is the one that you've hailed. And we also have live rider support as well. And then we also have post-trip walking directions in place. But part of our application to the US DOT Inclusivity Challenge, it was also to get our team to kind of have an internal hackathon on what else can we do. And it was a great opportunity. Hopefully we are selected, or at least if we don't win first prize, get second or third prize, and that application would be published. I think I double checked, it's not quite public, so I can't quite share all the details of it. But we are working hard at it and are excited about the promise that it holds.
Great, thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Other questions or comments for Annabelle?
And if I may, Jim, I
Sure.
wanted to flag one quick point as I was listening to the different presentations earlier this morning. I think as UL 4600 was raised, and wanted to kind of give sort of industry's perspective on UL 4600. So UL, Underwriters Laboratories is a private certification company, and so that is just kind of clarify their position there. On the other hand, the AV industry is working together to come up with a safety framework and standards through large international organizations. And some of these names you may be familiar with, such as SAE, the Society of Automotive Engineers. The other two are ISO, the International Organization for Standardization, and IEEE, Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. So I just wanted to clarify that these conversations are happening on a global scale and are active, and they are in collaboration and talks with industry. So just want to put that out there as something to consider.
I'm glad you brought up. I'm glad you brought up the IEEE, because that's where I'm involved with AVs.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's easier to say than IEEE. So thank you. And then one other thing is that the focus of the UL 4600 is about sort of an independent assessment, and that's where I think Waymo agrees. That's part of the reason why we published our safety framework, so that others can independently assess it. And so we just want to make sure that there's a point of clarification on kind of industry's perspective of that.
Thank you. Okay, I have a question for you. This is focusing on California and Arizona. It says, what about California or Arizona's AV regulatory approaches would you appreciate seeing reflected in Washington's framework?
Yeah, just a little bit of background on how we view Washington. We actually are currently very comfortable with the testing framework in place. So that's something I would, disagree with the representative from Edge Case Consulting. And I think the framework here has allowed us to do testing in Kirkland on an annual basis to do weather tests. And we are also testing for weather in places like Detroit and Florida. And so it's important for the technology to advance to that point, and it's important for us to be able to do that testing. And we are currently a permit holder with Washington State, and have been for the last 3 years. And so we welcome the testing framework that's currently in place.
Okay, and then on the flip side to that, what about California and Oregon or in Arizona's approaches would you recommend against implementing? Is there anything that Arizona or California is doing that you'd like to see Washington not do?
Yes, and let me parse this carefully. So California has multiple regulatory agencies, and I think that is incredibly challenging. So there is a regulatory agency, the California Public Utilities Commission, and then the California DMV. Bernard was on here earlier from the California DMV. So, and they don't report up into the same head other than the governor's office, and so they may occasionally have conflicting perspectives and have conflicting application processes that may also be sequential. We're hoping that they can be concurrent. So that is incredibly challenging from the industry perspective. What we welcome from the Arizona side is really, it is Arizona DOT, and it's pretty straightforward. And that makes things much more streamlined. Currently, California actually has in place two things that make it very challenging from a commercial perspective. One is that there is no path to commercialization of autonomous technology in the state. Recently, the California Public Utilities Commission just offered its proposed decision that now suggests that they will open that up, and that is a great step forward, and we're super supportive of that. But up until that's final, the prohibition stands. The second is that we actually also cannot do testing or have a path of commercialization for L3 and above technology of trucking in California. And again, that's very challenging. While all companies right now are doing level 2 and below, essentially, because we all have test drivers, you want to be able to know that you have that pathway eventually to do that within the state. So those are a couple of things that I would just flag as areas that we would prefer to avoid. And we certainly feel like in California, recently with the California Public Utilities Commission's proposed decision, we have a clear path forward to be able to commercialize in the state.
Okay, I have a question in the question box. It's from Francesca Meyer. It says, what do you think the privacy issues are with allowing a private organization to use facial recognition software of the public without public consent?
So I'll clarify. So I think there's a difference between facial recognition and facial detection. So facial recognition is a broad term, but there really is two types of things happening. It's facial detection and then facial identification. But we won't speak to facial identification because that is not a technology that we use. But we want to be able to detect faces and know, for example, that that is a human in the crosswalk. That is incredibly important for the safety of the technology. So I just would ask that there is a clarification that detection is different than identification. There is no identity at all involved in that.
Thank you, Annabelle. Other questions or comments for Annabelle? Okay, I've got, yes, Representative Kloba.
Yes, so Annabelle, with the testing that you've been doing in Kirkland, and that's my home turf. So thanks. It's exciting when, every once in a while I do see the car going by, or I did years ago. Is that testing with or without the test driver in the vehicle?
Really only outside. Arizona is the only place where we have the fully automated driving. So everywhere else has a test driver.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Other questions or comments for Annabelle? Okay, I've just got one more, Annabelle. Are there laws, regulations, or policies in place in Washington that are preventing you from testing, deploying in Washington? For example, the following two closely statute, RCW 4661-145, that prevents efficient platooning of trucks, shuttles, or other automated vehicles.
That is not applicable to the Waymo technology, but I'm sure that other folks in the industry, if that is part of their technology, that would certainly be a barrier. But right now, as I would reiterate that the current testing regime in place in Washington State is one that Waymo welcomes.
Thank you so much, Annabelle. Other questions or comments for Annabelle? Going once? I think we're done. So thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, folks, we're moving on to executive committee member items and an open forum. Please turn on your cameras and unmute, and let's have a discussion. Any questions, comments, anything for the good of the order? Okay. Doesn't look like we have any forum discussion topics or anything of that nature. So I want to thank all the presenters today. They did a great job. And let's see here. Do we have anything else? I know of no other business to come before the committee and would adjourn the meeting if there's no objection. Hearing, seeing no objection, so ordered. We are adjourned. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Great
Y'all
job,
have a great
Jim.
day.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye. Thanks.